everybody. Welcome to another Friday night Dorf and Chill. Right, well, I've still never fallen asleep on stream. But I can say I've fallen asleep while I was supposed to be on stream. Not only have I done that, I've fallen asleep while Ophelia 6277 patiently waiting with a raiding party for me. With more viewers than I usually get all evening. So that was embarrassing, and I shall have to apologise personally to Ophelia at some point. But the stream is running now, so we got there. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, Ren. Thank you for redeeming a lady's bedstraw as your flower of the day, and happy birthday, Ren. First of all, congratulations on reaching the age of old +1. And it's my birthday on Sunday, so you're almost the same birthday as me. I'm going to be old +1 as well. We'll be old together. Hello, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming a wild strawberry and welcome. Hello, T-Bago. Thank you for redeeming a spiny rest harrow. Elfie55 says, doubt you are old. Elfie55, I thought when I first saw her name that the 55 wouldn't be her age because you'd have to make a new name every year. But apparently she does make a new name every year. So yes, from Elfie's perspective, we are all babies, I guess. But happy birthday, Ren. And I hope your day was a little less hectic than mine was. And I wish you all the best for the year ahead. Welcome in, Mudstuff. Thank you for redeeming a Sherlock. Your garden is growing. It's lovely to see. Hello, in Muse. You've just redeemed your first ever flower, Muse. So lovely to have you here. Thank you for redeeming a water mint. I guess there's a damp patch in your garden, or perhaps you have a water feature. But that's a great start, and I look forward to you expanding your wildflower garden considerably in the future. I don't know if Ophelia gave up on the raid because I was too late. I was asleep. But we are going to be playing Dorf, so let me get that set up now. We are embarking on a quest to 1 million points, and what I would like to be able to say at this point is I made some progress off stream, but there was absolutely no time for that this week, so no off-stream progress has been made. We pick up right where we left off last time, with a score of 804,500 points. And we'll maybe see if we can get to at least 820 today, but maybe a little further. Let me put my face cam back where it should be, which is down here, because that's where the face cam goes when we play Dorf. Let's actually hit resume. Mud Stuff says, thanks, busy week, and also sleepy but happy to be here. I know how you feel, Mud Stuff. Thank you for making it to my stream, and apologies that it was a few minutes late starting. I think it was about 10 past when we actually got going, so hope those 10 minutes have not phased anyone. Apparently, emails have been happening. Okay. Right, it started me off in the middle of my dorf, so let us migrate out to the edge. Oh, right, your affiliate has all been sorted out. Yes, that's great news, Mud Stuff. I'm so glad to hear that. You are now you're not actually an affiliate yet, but you're going to be an affiliate. That is wonderful news, Mud Stuff. Hello, Ophelia and viewers. Welcome to a completely unexpected raid. I hope you are all well this evening. Welcome in great synchronicity in the raid messages here. In no particular order: Mass Dino Min, Lana the Panda, Commandant Herder, Harry Green, LT Bago, who was already here, Izzy the Penguin, Ophelia 6277, Otto the Potato, and all other Ophelia viewers who came in with the raid. Welcome. For those of you watching for the first time, welcome. My name is Emma. I stream puzzle games every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 8 PM UK time, 3 PM Eastern time. I'm usually more awake than this. Welcome also to Brute Force, who popped in right at the end there of the raid with a custom raid message. Thank you, Brute Force. I owe Ophelia a personal apology for messing up the end of her stream there. By being asleep when she was planning to raid me. I can say that I've never fallen asleep on stream. However, I have now fallen asleep while I should have been on the stream. And not only that, while Ophelia had a raid patiently waiting for me to go live. And then I didn't. So I apologise to all of Ophelia's viewers as well as Ophelia, although I'm sure her viewers didn't mind her stream being extended by a few minutes, because more Ophelia is always good. Hopefully a shout out to Ophelia happened in all that. Pago isn't as asleep as I am. I can't. There's too much chat happening. No, it didn't. Okay, right. Shout out Ophelia 627. Ophelia 6277, as almost all of you already know, but just in case, is an amazing person to be around, and also an amazing Dorf romantic streamer, and streamer of other things, including Siberia, nostalgic point-and-click adventure game, and Snail Simulator, which she's so good at. The dev keeps coming in her streams and saying how great they are. So absolutely check out Ophelia if you haven't already. I am also at some point going to shout out Mudstuff, who has literally just got affiliate and is definitely worth checking out. But I'll have to wait for the cooldown on the shout out now. Thank you to all the raiders who picked up their flower of the day. Let me go through them very quickly. Izzy, thank you for redeeming a bush vetch. Harry, thank you for redeeming a rose campion. Ophelia, you have a meadow buttercup. Lana has a sorrel, your second flower of the day. Matcha has a red clover. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Deadly has a salad burnet. And if anybody else who has not yet started a wildflower garden wishes to do so, it's only 10 channel points. Deadly says, I didn't hear my cheer. I'm sorry about that, Deadly. Alert noises definitely went off. It might have been Harry resubscribing. On the subject of which, Harry, thank you so much for resubscribing for your 3rd consecutive month using your Prime subscription. I should mention that anybody who subscribes, anybody who uses Amazon Prime gets a free month subscription every month to the streamer of their choice. I don't have TTS, but you should have still got a fancy noise when the cheer went through. Let us now TTS out Deadly 93's very generous 100-bit donation. Thank you, Deadly. That means a lot to me. Happy birthday, Ren. Ooh, 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 yay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hi, Gertchie. Salem 3, Mario Rave, Salem 3, Mario Rave, Salem 3, Mario Rave. Okay. Hopefully that sounds like TTS would. I always wonder why you'd have TTS when the streamer can just say it themselves, but I think I'm starting to see the appeal of TTS now. Thank you so much, Deadly, for the bits. That really means a lot, and I agree. For those of you joining us from the raid, it's Ren's birthday, so everybody wish Ren a happy birthday. Not only that, it's my birthday on Sunday, so do come back here on Sunday at the same time for my Sunday stream, which it might have something special if I can think of something special to do. But even if I can't, there will at least be a normal stream, and it will be my birthday, so it would be lovely if we could have lots of people there. Right, I've almost certainly missed a load of messages. I like to call it the Ophelia effect. If Ophelia shows up, I lose where I am and get behind with chat. It's not true. I'm quite capable of losing my place without Ophelia. Matcha says, looks like 2 people love connecting the tiles. Ophelia is so caring, and this will be worth the while. Thank you, Matcha, for your impromptu poems that you make up every single time you're on a raid. That is actually quite a dedication, Matcha, and I don't think people fully appreciate the difficulty of coming up with a fresh original poem on every single Twitch raid, especially for someone who hangs out in as many streams as you. So that's really, really appreciated. Also, thank you, Matcha, for promoting yourself in my self-promo section. But I don't think you actually stream, do you? So you're basically just announcing, look, hello, I'm Matcha, I'm here, I'm a person. Which is fine, it's completely within the rules of the Discord, it's just... Okay, I will be doing some redeems in a minute. Mudstuff says, thanks, by the way, you treated yourself to some fancy streaming kit? Well, I think as an affiliate, you are quite entitled to that, Mudstuff. Let me see if the cooldown has gone through yet. Shout out, Mudstuff. No? Have to wait 57 minutes. Tibago, are you able to shout out Mudstuff? Just as I say, they've just recently got affiliate, and when I was in that position myself, I was extremely grateful to larger streamers for promoting my channel, so it's only fair that I do the same. Oh, you already did it. Okay, thank you, Tibago. I must have missed that. Izzy says, the most natural TTS in the world. And Matcha says it sounded like you had a seizure. Well, thanks, guys. I was trying to emulate text-to-speech. Listen, I am usually, for those of you used to my content or not used to my content, I'm usually much more alert and awake than this. I have had an exceptionally long week, and I actually fell asleep right before the stream when I was supposed to be getting ready. So, if you're wondering why does Emma sound like she's half asleep, it's because she is. But I was still trying to do a text-to-speech voice there. I wasn't trying to sound like I was having a seizure. Ophelia says the female British voice is actually called Emma. I think the female British voice probably sounds a bit more feminine than I do, which is understandable. Ren has eaten an apple Danish for his birthday for breakfast. Yes, don't anybody let you tell you what to do on your birthday, especially not what food. If you can stuff your face with cake in the evening, you can certainly eat an apple Danish for breakfast. And once again, Ren, happy birthday and have a great day. And or hope you had a great day. Right, before everybody either leaves or lurks, let's sort out Tibago requested... Sorry, everybody's got their flowers. Yeah, Tibago requested show outfit and Matchcatcher requested blow high. Ophelia, yes, the voice is AI, Ophelia, these days, you're quite right. Although it is based on real voices, like there is a set of there's a set of training data they feed to the AIs, which is obviously based on real female voices, and my voice is not in there. Hello, AVI_721. Welcome in. Thank you for being here, even though it wasn't intentional, and in fact you seem quite confused about where you are. Yes, Ophelia has raided my channel. Welcome. I'm also a Dorf romantic streamer, so it makes sense, and I will be Dorfing very shortly. We were just... we were just getting confused and being asleep and reading chat and getting raided and other such things. Tibago wants to see my outfit. I always feel I have to one-up myself with these spins, and that might end badly. And we now have 2 requests for the blow high. I'm afraid they cancel out and I have to go and put the blow high back. I'm joking. Ari says, it's fine, I followed the other day and it's good to catch a stream. Thank you, Avi. Don't worry. I mean, there will be gameplay soon, but... I mean, you're an Ophelia fan, so... I assume you could manage without gameplay for a little while. You are quite right, Ophelia. Hydration will help. Ophelia says, Brian is the best though. You have tried so many, but you just keep going back to Brian. I don't think I don't really use AI voices of any sort. I don't use voice commands of any sort. I don't like talking. I started streaming to force myself to talk to people. So I don't even talk to AIs. I much prefer typing things I want to do. Tibago says not crinkled from sleeping in the dress. Tibago, I was not sleeping in my dress. That's how quickly I got ready for stream. I had to do my hair and makeup and everything. This is without a doubt the worst prepared, least organised stream I've ever done. And that's saying something. Because I never have a plan for what I'm going to do beyond maybe which game I'm playing. Thank you, Dustin Dude, for dropping 5 triangles into my stream. making it an even 1050. I mean, 1050 isn't that even of a number, but it is more even than 1045, and for that, Dustin, you have my thanks. Welcome in, Dustin, to this train wreck of a stream. Avi says, that's never a problem. Gameplay is always secondary, although I am quite tired. Hopefully your Friday was good. Well, Avi, the reason the raid was delayed is because I accidentally fell asleep. So that should give you an idea of how my Friday went. Not so much the Friday, actually. More the fact that I worked 15 hours yesterday and the day before and the day before. Today I did actually finish work at roughly the right time. Ophelia says, I'm supposed to read chat messages, aka troll the streamers and for puns. Yes, I completely understand, Ophelia. I just prefer to troll myself for some reason. Well, don't worry, Dustin. You're not actually working in the same job as me, so that might not be the case. Aren't you going to be an electrician? Don't electricians have like hourly pay structures and unions and other such workplace protections? I have none of that, certainly. Ophelia says it is 2:30 a.m. for Avi. Oh right, Avi. Yes. Obviously, don't stay up all night just on for my sake. Feel free to head off if it is bedtime for you, and I can understand you being tired. Hope you are finally done with work and you can try to get some sleep soon. I absolutely agree, Ophelia. Dustin said, electrical testing and maintenance will have a lot of overtime. I absolutely respect that, Dustin. Although, I will say, at least you'll get paid for your overtime. The way it works for me is I am salaried and I need to work the hours as required to fulfill the job requirements, no matter how many hours it takes me. So, yeah, well, as Izzy is saying there, I have a contract that explicitly says they can make me work more hours than otherwise contracted for if they want to without overtime pay. I mean, that is actually fairly standard for salaried office roles. Traditionally, the idea was the pay was good enough that it offset that. These days, I'm not going to disclose my exact pay, but it's right around the median salary for the UK, and I feel like I work more than the median hours, so there we go. Afi says, do I be heading off in a bit, just chilling for a bit? It was a coding problem you were working on with a friend. Wow, Avi so dedicated to solving coding problems that they're staying up all night. Spoken like a true programmer there. Anyway, right, there's going to be a riot if I don't get the blow high out soon, so let's go and get it. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. Okay. I seem to have started a riot, Blowhigh. Even though you're here, I'm not sure how that works. Right. Now that we have placated chat. Yes, Avi, so if you've not seen this before, I have a channel point redemption to hug Blowhigh, and I will endeavour to play whatever game I'm playing whilst doing so, even if it means I can't quite see the keyboard. I also have the show outfit redeem, which usually results in me twirling around in some fashion. As well as many more exciting options to discover. I didn't even have a chance to fix my hairline before the stream, so apologies for the fact that it looks like that. Welcome in, Alice Sitz. So good to have you here, even though you were threatening a riot a few moments ago. Thank you, Alice, for being cute. And I'm glad you were soothed by the soothing powers of the blowhigh. Now, I can't cuddle it too much because I might fall asleep again. Welcome in also to Carl Sinko. Thank you for redeeming a nipple word. Silly name for a plant. Your second flower. Yeah, there's a navel wort as well, which is supposed to look like your belly button. I'll leave it to your imagination what the nipple wort looks like. Alice says your hair looks very soft and healthy. Well, thank you, Alice. I do try my best. It is soft, and I like to think it's healthy. It's also somewhat absent in places. That's the problem. But yes, I do my best with what I have. My stupid male hormones. Which I don't have in my body anymore, but 35 years of it, the damage is done. Magic Catcher has decided to advertise my Discord to everyone, so if anyone feels like joining my Discord, there's a link. Do go and check it out. Ophelia says, guess what? I did actually manage to do over 5k points today. And Ophelia, congratulations on that. Honestly, that is a lot of gameplay that you got through. Substantially more gameplay than I've got through so far this stream. And we do like to call our dear friend Slowphelia because of her usual gameplay pace. But she is a very capable dwarf player. Anybody who manages to get an infinite run going is deserving of respect in that regard, and Ophelia's run is definitely infinite at this point. And we all love her very much, don't we, Harry? Yes, exactly. Snail and heart. That is right. Okay, let's actually start some dwarf now, shall we? Oh, I say that. There is one other thing I wanted to mention, which is we had a follower goal. Have I ever actually met a follower goal on stream? Because we reached our follower goal of 300. And it happened at like 5 o'clock this morning when somebody randomly followed me. But thank you, Ali Bo Bally, for the follow on the unlikely event that you're here. That is greatly appreciated, and maybe one day one of these goals will actually happen live on the stream. But honestly, 300 followers is a lot, and a few months ago I never would have thought I would have come this far, so that's amazing. But what it does mean is I need to set a new goal, and because I am not that ambitious, I'm just going to make this number a bit bigger and leave it at that. I have considered making a subscription goal, but because they count gift subs as well, it's not really a good indication of how many people are actually subscribing. So I'm just going to make it a 400 follower goal, and that will probably do us for many months to come. There we go. Goal. Ophelia says, the stream was longer than intended. Yeah, that was partly my fault, but I'm happy I got to that amount of points again. Used to do that almost every dwarf stream. You did, yes, but as long as we enjoy the stream, I guess it's okay to make points. It is absolutely okay. Remember, the goals of the stream and the content of the stream are, they are fully under the control of one person only, and that is the streamer. If you want every stream to be 5,000 channel points, then That is something you can impose, but we as viewers absolutely will not impose that expectation on you if you don't want it. As so many people have said, a good stream is 100% the streamer, not the content. We will happily sit and watch a title screen for 4 hours if it has an Ophelia talking over it. We have established that in the past. It is absolutely the streamer that we are there for. But thank you for the congratulations. As T-Bago says, number go up. Number go up, bigger number is good number. Yay. Alice says alerts are a bit loud compared to your voice. Yes, I absolutely agree, Alice, and I lowered the volume of the alerts from 50% to 30%, and they're still too loud. And I did intend this evening to lower them even further, but then I fell asleep. Tomorrow's stream, I'm pleased to announce, will have even lower volume alerts, and we might finally get it down to a reasonable level. I could also speak louder, but that's realistically never going to happen. Right, I promise, we're 36 minutes in, we need to play some Dorf. I did actually load up the game and get as far as scrolling to the edge, but then a raid came in, so just a quick update for anybody who wasn't here before. This is my big classic mode Dorf, and I am on a quest for 1 million points. Along with a few other people, some of whom might be in stream at the moment. Some of them are further along that journey than me, some are not quite so far. For those curious about the stats, I have placed 9,406 tiles, and 95% of them have been perfect. This week I did not manage to get any off-stream Dorfing done because it was far too busy. So we pick up where we left off, which is 804,500, and well, at the bare minimum we need to get 5,000 points done. If we score less on a Dorf stream than Ophelia did, that's just terrible. But yeah, in all seriousness, I'll try and get to about 820,000, I think. LT Bago has challenged playing Dorf. I mean, I've done it pretty much every Friday stream for the last 3 months or so, T-Bago. So, and it was very clearly announced on my Discord earlier in the week. So it's a bit late to challenge it now. If there's a game that you or anyone else would like to see instead, don't forget I have a game request feature. Requests are currently fulfilled on my Sunday stream. Having said that, LT Bago, I believe you currently have 3 outstanding game requests, so maybe save your points for now. Ren says, I need to check how much my rank has fallen. Oh, I suppose, yes, if you haven't played for a while, then I mean, yeah, it's there are a surprising number of people who are very dedicated to their dwarfs. I mean, I'm barely in the top 500 with my score of 800,000, so that is a good point. Yes, sorry, yes, that's true, T-Bago. One of those requests is Lana's and not yours. Welcome in, Pleblu. I hope you're having a good day. I hope your week was pleasant, and if not, I hope the weekend is better to you. Thank you for the shrimp check. I still haven't quite mastered the art of sitting up straight whilst holding a blowhigh, so I am shrimping a little. So thank you for drawing that to my attention. Yes, so the game that T-Bago actually requested himself, which was Mika and the Witch's Mountain. I don't think it's released yet, though, is it, T-Bago? So, yeah, I don't know, I don't know yet if it's any good. I don't know how much it's going to be, but on release. But I will be checking it out at some point. And it sounds like Alice might be checking it out as well, which will be lovely. Avi says, you and Ophelia both love the same game. We do love our Dorf, Avi. That has to be said. So my schedule right now is I stream every Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Friday is always a Dorf day in some capacity. We may play a number of games, but one of those will be Dorf. At least until we get to the 1,000,000 point mark. And then right now on Saturdays I'm playing Infinifactory, which is a Zachtronics puzzle game, which is much more difficult than Dorf. So I do appreciate these easy Dorf days that I can fall back on. And on Sunday we're playing a cute puzzle platformer called Fez. So that's my lineup at the moment. Ophelia is obviously also a puzzle game enthusiast, and right now is doing Siberia, which is a point-and-click adventure game, which is definitely a form of puzzle game. And is doing Snail Simulator. Snail Simulator is not so much a puzzle game. It's not a traditional simulation game. It's more of a... It's like a walking simulator. It's one of those sort of casual simulator games. But it's a lot of fun. You get to be a snail. You get to say hello in a funny voice. And the dev is extremely active in the community and frequently comes into streams and offers their support. They even came into my stream when I wasn't even streaming Snail Simulator, just because I'd been in one of Ophelia's. So that's how supportive they are. Tibago says, mention it to Alice too because it seemed like her kind of thing. That is very true, Tibago. It does seem like Alice's kind of thing. I agree. Hashtag not sponsored. Yes, none of us are sponsored to promote any of the games you see on stream. We just enjoy them. I've even promoted the Dorfromantic board game, which I'm also not sponsored to do. But there we go. Avi says, oh, you like puzzle games? I do like puzzle games. More specifically, I find that puzzle games are the genre of game that I'm able to actually stream the best. I have played games in other genres, and sometimes I even enjoy them. It's just, yeah, I'm not very good at them. I like to stream games that I don't have to be the best in the world at it, but if I can at least do a decent playthrough of it on stream, it just makes me feel better to be able to go, this is a game and I know how to play it. I understand the game mechanics. It doesn't require reflexes or aim or anything. Tibago says, casual? How long does it take to climb the stairway to Sneven? Well, we have a viewer who has done just that, and she says it's 46.6 hours. Although I should clarify that you can do most of that by holding down a key and then going to sleep. And if you think that's cheating, the dev has actually done a stream where they climb it whilst asleep. So it's an officially sanctioned way to play the game, that one. And as Ophelia says, if you want to show off your Snail Simulator skills, you can actually do it in under an hour, if you are capable of button mashing for an hour straight. And apparently somebody has actually done that, which is honestly quite impressive. But yes, I would nonetheless categorize it as a casual game, I think. There are more specific genres you could put it in, I suppose. Sorry. I'm awake, don't worry. Ooh, we have... It's not completely surrounded by perfects, but we do have a nice tile like that. It's always nice when that happens. By the way, can you hear the game sound? If the game sound is too quiet, do let me know. I usually try to get it adjusted correctly, but sometimes I just stream and I think, oh, the sound is so much quieter than last time, even though I haven't changed any of the settings. Tibago showing off what a dedicated viewer he is. You say I should save my points, but I can still request 7.5 more games with your current points. Indeed, Tibago. It's more that if you request another game now, it may literally be 3 or 4 months before I can play it. That's all. You are still more than welcome to request games. You just might not like how long it's going to be before I actually play them. But by all means, if you don't mind waiting that long, then you can. There are other things you could save them for if you wanted to. I need more channel point redeems. This last month I have not had time to do anything streaming related. Like organise my channel properly, or even it took me like 2 weeks to get my schedule updated after I stopped doing Scrabble. I just have not had time. Yes, I agree. Tibago 2 is a fair amount of games for you to have on the list. I would agree with that. Someone explained to me how I have a dorf this big, and yet it takes so long to find spots for tiles. Dustin Dude says, get ChatGPT to do all that for you. Interesting suggestion, Dustin. So yeah, my impressions of the limited use of ChatGPT that I've done is that it is somewhat overhyped with regards to tasks of that complexity. Not that it can't be persuaded to generate a Twitch schedule, but the amount of time you'd have to spend engineering the prompt to get it to display it correctly, it would be quicker to just type it out yourself. And even if you get it to display one for you, you'd still have to manually enter it into Twitch. ChatGPT is not yet at the level where you can just give it a website and a keyboard and mouse and set it loose on clicking things, which you would need to fully automate such tasks. Dustin says, make it give you channel point redeems. Yeah, it just suggests generic ones, Dustin. It doesn't suggest ones that tie in with my identity as a streamer, which I obviously want. I mean, I know what you can have as generic rewards. I mean, most of them are sort of supplied, pre-made by Twitch. But I want to have a bit more of a connection with my community than just that. That's might be a better place for that one. Dustin said, yeah, it's never giving you a good stream idea. No, I mean, I don't really need stream ideas from ChatGPT. My stream ideas rarely extend beyond play this game for 4 hours. And I have no shortage of games that I want to play, plus a generous amount of viewer requests as well. So yeah, I could ask it for ideas for a birthday stream, but yeah, I think I'm just going to do a normal stream. I do have an idea for a special channel point reward on my birthday stream, so I might be able to get that sorted, but yeah, it's just going to be a normal stream, basically. But I'm a bit worried I'll be occupied with family commitments on my birthday, so the stream might be starting late Sunday, but I will definitely do one, so if I'm not here, don't worry. I haven't fallen asleep again, I promise. And I will be starting the stream. I'll try and announce in the Discord exactly when it's going to start. I know this is not a fully surrounded tile, but can we appreciate the nice fit of this tile into this gap? This is my random tiles that don't fit anywhere else area, so it's always nice to be able to, satisfying the most of the time, get perfect placements with this notable example. Notable exception, rather, not notable example. Izzy says, my boss tried to get ChatGPT to make him a simple screenshotting script for Unity. I still had to edit it, which meant it actually took more person hours than if I'd just been given it as a task to start with. I agree, Izzy. It's not there yet in terms of anything beyond the basics. El Tibago says, use Chat Tibago to generate some channel redeems, although I can't guarantee it won't suggest plate armor redeems. Yes, so contrary to what my show outfit would have you believe, this is not actually a cosplay stream. I don't do cosplay, I don't make outfits or anything like that. I don't really feel comfortable doing that. When I'm out in the real world, I dress as discreetly as possible to avoid drawing attention to myself. So I'm not going to be buying extravagant outfits only to wear them on stream. I don't want to ask for donations for outfits because I think there are much better things that people can donate towards, like games, if they want to donate to me. So yeah, the outfit redeem unfortunately is going to be limited to a selection of my normal wardrobe. Now, in my defence, my normal wardrobe has a variety of spinny skirts in it, and I think people seem to be enjoying that. But yes, no sexy cosplays on this channel. I apologise. Dustin says, I may or may not have purchased programmer socks. That's cool, Dustin. You've also been growing your hair out recently, I noticed. It's got very long now. We are obviously very much in support of freedom of expression regarding gender identity on this stream. So it is absolutely something to be encouraged. Do you have any plans to make that a stream reward of some sort, Dustin? Because I would be intrigued to see, I have to say. But yeah, it's not going to be happening here. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody, but it's not going to be happening here. All these railways, and I can't find a good place for this tile. Maybe there's okay. Dustin says, I evolve into a girl throughout the stream. That'd be an interesting one. A bit like the old Finster streams, not the new Finster streams. He just starts as a girl and continues being a girl now. Tibago is actually considering getting some armor. Well, yeah, well, it's interesting, Tibago, because I've always been put off by how expensive it is, although you then mentioned it was cheaper than a dress, although I think that must have been a designer dress you linked to, because I'm sure armor is pretty expensive. Like it would be too much to justify just buying it as a bit for one stream. Like it would have to be a regular feature by content, I think. Jammy says, hey Emma, how's the stream going? It's going pretty well. It got off to a fairly disastrous start because I was asleep when it was supposed to go live. And Ophelia was raiding me and was very patiently postponing her raid until I woke up. Thank you for redeeming a black brownie as your first ever flower of the day. Flower of the day is a little thing I have where you can gradually build up your own flower garden, composed entirely of British wildflowers. Being as I am a botanist, I do love my wildflowers, and I would like to share that with everybody. Izzy says, I would start my streams as a woman, but that would require me to stream. I mean, Izzy, obviously there is no doubt that you are a woman, and that is the case whether or not you are starting, ending, or otherwise participating in a stream in any capacity. I would love to see an Izzy stream, and I would definitely do everything I could to promote it if you ever did decide to stream. But I completely respect your decision not to if that's what you prefer. Debago says, yeah, I cheated a little bit. That's a £1,590 Balenciaga dress. Yeah, I don't have that much money lying around, and I'm also not willing to accept that level of donations from people just to wear a cosplay. So, yeah, that is not going to be happening. But I have all these spinny skirts. Are they not good enough for you guys? Just because I'm not the goth girl of Tibago's dreams, and or the clown of Tibago's dreams. Those might be nightmares, Tibago, the ones that have clowns in them. For those of you who'd like to see more of Tibago's memes, you can always join my Discord. Tibago is a sucker for alt girls of some form or other. But quite a broad range of alt fashion styles, I have to say. Tibago says, some call them memes, you call them mental illness. Well, Tibago, if I may be serious for a moment. Well, first of all, the content that you're posting to Discord, those are definitely memes. They are not in themselves mental illness, they are memes. I think most people here have some sort of neurodiversity or mental health condition, or both. So, you know, we are all in the same boat. Yes, some more severe than others, but it's not a competition. So yes. We are not going to judge you for your meme posting, Tibago. Not by a long way. Good night, Avi. Thank you for dropping by. It's great to have you here, and I hope to see you again. Sleep well. Let me send a Gertrude sleep in Avi's direction. And let me send this emote in Tibago's direction and say, yeah, we're all in this together. Yes, as Jamie says. That includes those of us who stream and those of us who don't stream. We all have our problems we're trying to deal with. Some of us are comfortable sharing them on stream and some of them aren't, but I'm fairly sure most, if not everybody watching, has similar challenges in their lives. They would probably not have found their way here if they didn't. Dustin is just a guy. Yes, just a regular old normal cis guy who wears programming socks. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I've been round the entire dorf and I can't find anywhere good for this tile. I'm just going to stick it there. Yes, Alice is also neurospicy. But lots of us have spicy brains, and that's okay. Neurodiversity is to be celebrated. We should not all have to conform to be the same thing. That would be boring. Ophelia, that goes for you as well. I appreciate your spicy brain may be a source of much frustration for you at times. But without it, you wouldn't be who you are. And that's very important. Stupid railways. Okay, let's put it there. Dustin Dude says cross-dressing is very hetero. Well, Dustin, this is true, but it's sort of true in a way that isn't useful. Because if you're trans, then it's not cross-dressing, it's just wearing the clothes of your preferred gender. So, like, I was a cross-dresser right up until I wasn't. I was a cross-dresser and then I came out as trans and then I wasn't a cross-dresser anymore. But nothing, I was still the same person, nothing changed. Which is why I think sometimes it's a bit of a useless distinction to make, you know. You have your gender identity and then you have the way that you present, and those two things are independent of each other. And if they happen to align in a particular way, then that gets called trans and all the consequences that come with that. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't, and that's fine. Alice says Izzy could take pebbling to a whole new level, being a penguin and all. That is a good point. Yes, Izzy is our resident penguin. Definitely our most favouriteest penguin. Nobody tell Liari I said that. Yeah, I didn't invent the term neurospicy, Jeremy. But I like it because I don't like the term neurodivergent. Like, diverging from what? Like, I know it's supposed to be like a diversity term, but I just, yeah. I like something that acknowledges that some neurological conditions are very challenging, whilst also staying humorous about the whole thing. And I think neurospicy covers that quite well. So that's that's why I've sort of co-opted that term from other Twitch streamers. Ren says, "What's the expression in a distinction without a difference?" Something like that. I mean, Ren, to be fair, there is a definitely a distinction between a cross-dressing somebody who identifies as male and cross-dresses versus a trans woman. For a start, I've changed my legal name and pronouns and started hormone replacement therapy. And some trans people who can afford it will undergo surgery and that sort of thing, which are not things that cross-dressing men do. So there is absolutely a distinction. It's just for any given individual, the point at which they realise their identity has gone from, gender fluid or non-conforming or non-binary to trans is, it's there's no sudden change. It's a gradual learning process. And trying to force somebody into one label is kind of counterproductive because it makes it harder to shift later on. Ophelia says, I know a trans woman who cross-dresses as a man sometimes. As a man, sorry, yes. Wanted to write plural first and realise I actually really only kind of personally know one, although I'm sure there's more. Yes, I'm sure there are more than that. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of modern fashion is actually fairly gender neutral. Like, I could wear traditionally male clothing and I wouldn't really be cross-dressing as a man. I would just be putting less effort in that day, and the amount of effort sometimes expected from women, I don't think anybody should have that held against them. But yes, there are trans people who will specifically go for male appearance because they are gender non-conforming, and that's lovely. It's lovely to have that diversity in the community, honestly. It's not for me personally. I think I've said this before, I tend to wear skirts and dresses all the time. Almost I feel like I'm making up for lost time, having lost the better years of my life to not being openly trans. Trying to make the most of it now. But I have nothing against those who choose to approach it differently. Izzy says, have to admit we do have a few stones hanging around the flat, mostly amethyst. Ooh! Now that would be a nice stream, wouldn't it? Showing off your stone collection. Oh, this fits nicely. I'm not planning to complete this tree quest, by the way. I will have to block it off at some point soon. Jeremy says we're all spicy on our own way. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've been using it to describe certain neurological and or mental health issues that I think present particular challenges to people. ADHD and autism being included amongst them. With the challenge often being not so much the condition itself, but trying to get anybody to understand it, take it seriously, offer you treatment, etc., etc. I know many people here are viewers of Hello, It's Colo, who is a disabled streamer who on her Wednesday stream, I think it was talking about ADHD and disabilities and said her ADHD causes her more problems in her day-to-day life than her mobility, and she uses a wheelchair. So yeah, like as she said, let that sink in. ADHD is massively underdiagnosed, undertreated. I personally think I might have ADHD just based on how relatable I find that community and how much I struggle with things like basic time management. But I haven't even attempted to get help with it because I have other problems that are far more pressing and I haven't managed to get proper help with those yet. So yeah, the state of mental health care is not good. It's not good in this country. I'm sure it's not good in other countries either. Alice says, one day I realised how the term neurospicy implies all of us being different spices, hanging out in a spice rack but we're all different spices. Yeah, exactly, Alice. That is the sort of thing that we're going for with that analogy, definitely. And also the fact that, you know, you eat something spicy and yeah, it has its problems, you know. Spiciness, you know, burns the back of your throat. It's a problem, but we still have the spices and we still use the spices on our food because the food is improved by the spices. And without the spices, all our food would be bland and would all taste the same. So that's why we have the spices in our food. And the same goes for spicy brain people. Our world is so much more enriched and diverse with these people in it than without these people in it. Even if occasionally they burn the back of your throat. Alice says, I think I'm a spice mix. I mean, yes, if you start writing down particular disabilities or issues, yes. most people come with a whole package of them. There are, and that's, it's, they are not independent from each other. I think there's still relatively little research in this area, but there are, oops, that fails that quest. There are absolutely links between autism and ADHD, and even between autism and gender incongruity as well. They are in... not that you can't have one without the other, because you absolutely can, but to an extent they are all different sides of the same coin and different parts of the same package, and people will tend to have a mixture of those conditions, and sometimes it's not even productive to try and label them as separate things. And yes, as T-Bago says, there are gender fluid people who float between genders as they feel. I think that's seems to be what Finster is settling on. I don't follow his content that closely, but yeah, there are a lot of people who do not feel constrained to one particular identity and will just go with whatever they feel like that day, which is amazing. And honestly, I wish I could do that. I wish I could just say, right, today I'm having a feminine day and I'm going to dress like this, and tomorrow I feel like this and I'm going to do this, and just like go with the flow. I wish I could do that. I honestly envy those people. I mean, I don't envy the fact that they have been subject to all the same problems as every other LGBT person, but it would be nice if I could just be masculine for a bit every now and then without my body screaming at me that I'm trapped in the wrong body. So yeah, I gender fluid really, really appeals to me as an identity, and I'm glad it's becoming more accepted, because I think it's awesome. And I think ideally, like, if there was just going to be one gender identity, then it should be gender fluid, because then everybody could just do what they want. And I think the world would be a better place if that was the case. Easy says, imagine being able to afford surgery, oof. Well, there are people who can afford it, yes. Believe it or not, Easy, there are socialised healthcare systems that are not completely dysfunctional and will actually cover the cost of gender-affirming care, including surgery. We may not live in one ourselves, but they do exist. And to be honest, I mean, especially if you're prepared to travel internationally, the cost of surgery isn't that high. Like, it puts trans people in an awkward spot. Like, they have to choose between having a car or a house and surgery, which is not a choice that anybody should have to make. But sometimes they do make that choice. There's also quite a large number of trans people and people of neighbouring identities who end up doing adult content of some sort in order to earn enough money to pay for the surgeries that they want. And this is obviously a bad thing. Nobody should be forced into sex work. I think there should be some freedom there, but nobody should be forced into it. And I think it's been harmful. I have nothing against the people who have decided to go down that route, but it's been harmful for the trans community as a whole, because it feeds into the stereotype that trans people are only interested in sex work or whatever. Because that's a lot of what you see on the internet. I think that stereotype originates... The thing you have to bear in mind, that stereotype originates in countries where trans and gender non-conforming people are, especially trans women, are effectively a sort of subclass of society, and sex work or begging or other street jobs are the only work they are able to have. So they are forced into that position, and so I think it's important to remember where that stereotype came from and be extra diligent in rejecting it. Ophelia says it can also only be cross-dressing when that is what you call it. There's no actual "this is how a certain gender dresses." Dress the F you want to. Ophelia, I 100% agree with your last statement. Dress the F you want to. I will say that there are definitely it depends on where you live and on social conventions. There are absolutely established social norms relating to dress, which fall along gender lines, and further to that, fall along assigned sex at birth, not gender identity. It is becoming less prevalent. Society is gradually making progress, but it is absolutely a thing. And to give you examples that are directly relevant to me as a person, growing up in my lifetime, so we're not talking about 1950s here, there is a dress code at my workplace. So prior to legally coming out as trans, and not only coming out as trans, but actually undergoing gender reassignment, I would not have been allowed to wear a skirt to work. I'd been sent home to change. And so there is, in the UK, there's legislation called the Equality Act that protects against discrimination based on sex, race, etc. Gender reassignment is protected, but gender identity is not. So there is no law requiring you to allow men to dress as women or women to dress as men. Anywhere that has separate male and female uniforms, you can require somebody to wear the uniform of their gender assigned at birth. It's obviously wrong to require that, but it is absolutely still a thing. By the same token, you can still require women to wear heels at work, which is obviously bullshit and should not be legal. But it is a thing. It is within our lifetimes. It is still a thing. Another example: the school I went to had male and female uniforms. Girls had to wear skirts. Boys had to wear trousers. If you were assigned male at birth and showed up in a skirt, that would be considered as not meeting the uniform requirements, no matter what you said your gender identity was, because gender identity has no legal basis yet in this country. So yeah. I agree, dress the F you want to, Ophelia, I absolutely agree, but be prepared to lose your job, be prepared to be sent home from school if you're still school age, etc, etc. But I absolutely agree, I absolutely agree, dress how you want, just introducing those caveats. And yes, I realise, so yeah, Ophelia, as you say, you're not talking about cross-dressing, you're talking about clothes in general. But also, you're saying it can only be cross-dressing when that is what you call it. Even if you don't call it cross-dressing, if the institution or organisation you are at decides to label it that, then unfortunately they are within their rights to do so. But yeah, in general, life in general, yes, I absolutely agree. Do whatever you want. LT Bago says, there is a very large gay village where you live and a lot of the stores stock very effeminate male clothes. Yes, T Bago. I won't dox you, but I know roughly where you mean, and I agree. Dustin Dude says, I don't season anything, not even salt and pepper. That's your own personal taste, Dustin, that's fine. To continue my Neurospicy analogy, I was referring to society as a whole benefiting from Neurospicy people, so it doesn't matter what one person's opinion of spices might be. And we certainly don't mind that, Dustin, as long as you are tolerant of people with neurological conditions. We don't care what what your personal preferences for food are. That's no problem. Easy says, yes, this is a response to travelling abroad for surgery. You're technically prepared to. Your spouse requiring care makes it a logistical impossibility. Yes, I get that, Izzy, and obviously a huge amount of respect to you for caring for your spouse, of course. Ophelia says, I hope you will feel confident enough to dress and live the way you feel most comfortable one day. And I very much hope we get to see a society that stops giving such an F about other people's clothes, as it does not affect anyone but the person wearing the clothes. I agree, Ophelia. So yes, I am somewhat fortunate in that I actually have a diagnosis of gender incongruity, and I'm on hormone replacement, so I am protected. I'm protected from now. Our current government wants to roll back some of the provisions of the Equality Act, which would include the protection of gender reassignment. So then I would not be protected. And it seems weird to have laws go backwards like that. But then, abortion laws have gone backwards in America, so anything is possible. So right now I'm protected. I also mostly work from home, so I don't have to go into a workplace, and sitting at home I can obviously wear what I like and nobody can do anything about it. And I just tend not to be, since the COVID pandemic, I'm just not outside in public that much, except for botany. And when I'm botanizing, I'm usually in a field somewhere on my own. And it turns out plants don't care how you dress, so that's fine. And yes, I exclusively dress feminine now. The last time I wore male clothing was in July 2020. And for a while I still had all my male clothes nicely folded in a box. But I got rid of them now because I don't intend to use them again. Ophelia says, not only silly social norms, people care too much about these things in general and don't seem to be able to let people live in peace. I agree, Ophelia. I completely agree. Yeah, I'm not saying that people shouldn't be able to live in peace. I'm just pointing out the challenges that are faced under the current system. I absolutely don't think it should be this way. I'm just observing that it is. Ophelia says, I have just called out a family member for talking very negatively about someone's too tight and too animal printy pants, which they did not like and were very vocal about. Yeah, I mean, mocking people for their fashion choices, especially people that you have never met and probably never will meet again, just seems to be awfully common, and I don't get it. I mean, I will certainly see people in public and I'll think, that's a funny choice of outfit, but I will absolutely keep that thought to myself. And at the end of the day, I will respect their right to do what they want. It's not my place to tell them otherwise. Izzy says, the fun thing is that gender identity is not protected, but gender reassignment is, which the wild says verse. Yes, so I sort of explained that, but probably didn't do a very good job. So, if you come out as trans, and even if you've changed your legal name, and pronouns, and are dressing in a way, you are dressing and acting in accordance with the traditional gender role of your adopted gender, as you're a perfectly bog standard traditional binary male to female or female to male trans person. The sort that the system is somewhat set up for, though not really. You're still not protected. unless you're actually undergoing treatment, which obviously you have to get on a waiting list for. So yeah, the Equality Act, really, they did the absolute bare minimum possible when they passed the Equality Act, and they're still trying to roll it back, which is depressing. But as Izzy says, it is a wild state of affairs. So you can't legally discriminate against someone for specifically being trans. You can't legally discriminate against someone for being trans once they are on hormones or have had surgery or have otherwise started treatment. If they've just announced that they're trans, then you can argue that that's not gender reassignment. And unfortunately, this stuff has somewhat been tested in court. So in 2020, there was a wrongful termination case raised by a non-binary person against Jaguar Land Rover for constructively dismissing them because of their gender identity. And the court sided with the employee. So in the specific narrow case of employment tribunals, gender identity is currently protected under the Equality Act, but only by court ruling. And the government did resolve to clarify the legislation to roll back that protection. They haven't yet. But it's like, I just don't want my entire life to have to hinge on a legal technicality. Like, is that really so much to ask? Like, can you imagine if racial discrimination laws still work this way? Ophelia says, I've gotten a lot of shit for the clothes you wear and you're not trans. I'm sorry to hear that, Ophelia. I mean, obviously, Ophelia chooses not to share her appearance publicly with Stream, and that is absolutely fine, and I 100% respect that. But I am curious to know what she looks like, and honestly, Ophelia, if you've been getting shit for the clothes you wear, then you have gone up in my estimation, because that means you must be wearing cool outfits. And you are even more cool-phelia than you already were. And I'm going to use this emote. Ophelia has revealed on stream that she plays bass and is therefore automatically cool. But if she's also wearing cool outfits, then she is super cool Ophelia. And she now has 200% respect from me. And I'm so sorry that people have been mocking your outfits. T-Baggo would probably like them. But perhaps not in a way that Ophelia would appreciate. Ophelia says, I freaking hate all this let's go back to the past and make everyone's lives as hard as possible attitude. Yes, I agree, Ophelia, and it's dangerous. It is dangerous. There's a lot of people in the UK, including mostly people who vote for the Conservative Party, but also people who vote for even more extreme right-wing parties, who sort of think that civilization peaked around the 1950s, when sexism and racism were still legal and men controlled the world, and queer people were left to rot in prison. Which, I mean, it's pretty bad in the UK. I don't claim to know the political situation in Germany, but and I don't want to be that person, but obviously given the history of that country, we do not want extreme right-wing sentiments there for sure. Tibago says, strangely, the answer to some of this is religion. Churches like the Flying Spaghetti Monster or the Satanic Temple will let you do pretty much anything you like on religious grounds, and if anywhere tries to stop you, then you can just say it's your religion. Yeah, somebody did manage to get their driver's license photo taken with a saucepan on their head or something like that. So in the UK, the law is for passport and driver's license photo IDs, you're not allowed to wear a head covering unless it's required for religious reasons. So, for example, Sikhs can wear a turban. It is possible to exploit that religious loophole, but apparently it did take the guy quite a lot of work and multiple applications. So it is possible, but expect to have your life made more difficult by bureaucracy if you actually try it. It's certainly not an easy thing to do, I would say. It's not a commonplace thing that people are able to claim religious exemptions. I would not be able to show up to work if I was not trans and say, I'm a Satanist. My religion requires me to wear a skirt. That we are not at that point. It'd be nice if we were at that point, but we're not. Ophelia says, I told them, what if they like it? That's all that matters. If you don't like the look of someone, look away. Absolutely agree, Ophelia. 110% agree with you. Hello, Liari. Liari, my favourite penguin. Don't let Izzy hear that. Thank you so much for redeeming a ragged robin as your flower of the day. That is so nice. Ren says, it's like that here in the States. They could fix Citizens United through legislation, but instead they're focused on who uses what bathroom. Yeah, we are somewhat fortunate in the UK that although the law in the UK is you are required to use bathroom facilities that correspond to your assigned gender at birth. If you don't have a gender recognition certificate. And I don't have a gender recognition certificate, even though I have changed my name, my pronouns, I'm undergoing treatment, and my medical record even says I'm female now. I don't actually have a gender recognition certificate. Fortunately, as long as you look female, nobody challenges that, so I have used female bathroom facilities without issue. And obviously I am not the most feminine looking person in the world, so if I manage it, then I think in the UK trans people are generally going to be okay. It would still be nice if it was backed up by proper legislative protection, I would say. So yeah, hopefully we get that one day. Ophelia said, these days I'm aware of that, but I used to believe the people who kept talking down on me. Yes, I did too, Ophelia. I made that mistake, unfortunately. El Tibago says, I should be paying off my base in a month or so. Well, there we go. Tibago and Ophelia are both bass players, apparently. And both a fan of cool outfits. Both cool people in general, I would say. Dustin says, it's a bit silly when government does all this work just to ruin like 3 people's day. I mean, it's more than 3 people. The thing about gender identity that people don't understand is being trans is actually really rare. Like, statistically, it's like 1 in 1,500 or something. But having an intersex condition is actually much more common, relatively speaking, than being trans. So there are a significant number of people who are born with, chromosomes other than XX or XY, or ambiguous genitals, and then their birth certificate in theory these days you could DNA test, but certainly in the past, people my age, born in the 80s or before, there was no such thing as DNA testing for humans. The cost levels needed to do it for every child, so the doctor would look at the genitals and put whatever thing matched best, and sometimes they were ambiguous. And then those people grow up And it turns out the doctor was wrong, and that's where the whole assigned blah at birth thing comes from. Because in some cases for intersex people, it literally was, you were assigned this gender at birth, even if it wasn't your real one. So those people will grow up, reach puberty, start experiencing dysphoria as if they were trans, and have to transition out of the gender they were assigned back into what their actual gender is. So they're not trans, they're completely cis, they were just misidentified at birth because their genitals were a bit weird. And, that's... and those people suffer all the same problems with society and laws and everything that trans people do, and they're not trans. Like, for the sake of trying to exclude trans people, you end up hitting a completely unrelated and larger group of people who've done absolutely nothing wrong. All in the name of conformity, I guess, is the only argument. And also, when people try to argue against trans people existing because genetics. Okay, so this XX is woman, XY is man. Okay, this person here with XYY, what are they? This person here with XXYY, what are they? These are things that happen. They're rare, but there's 8 billion people on the planet. They happen enough that we need to be able to deal with them. Okay. Sorry, I misremembered. Yeah, it wasn't a saucepan, Teabago. It was a colander. You're quite correct. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm actually going to put this towel here and this towel here. And as we pointed out in Ophelia's stream earlier, today is International Women's Day. As Ophelia says, today is not about celebrating women. It would be nice if it was. It is about trying to draw attention to the massive amount of sexism that still exists in the world. I tend not to advocate for women's rights directly, just because transphobia is still so much more prevalent than sexism. I feel like I would be actively harming women's rights by doing that, because I would be detracting from it by being trans. And also, I'm involved enough in trans activism that I just don't want to have to get involved with that as well. But obviously, whilst I wouldn't label myself a feminist, women's rights movements have my full support, and I obviously... I shouldn't even have to say this, but I obviously agree that women should have rights and not be discriminated against, and so on and so forth. And, I will make a stand. I mean, I left the Scrabble community over sexism. It wasn't over transphobia, because if I left the community over transphobia, I wouldn't be able to be anywhere, really. That was not transphobia. That was just plain, straight up, old-fashioned sexism, as if it was still the 1960s. And that community needs to get over that, and then hopefully it does sooner rather than later. We can all go back to participating. But yes, reminding people that patriarchy, and people need to understand as well, when people say patriarchy is a problem, they don't mean men are a problem. Like, well, they sort of do. People say, oh, the patriarchy, and then a man will go, oh, well, what did I do? And it's not what you did, it's what men have done, and what male influence over society has done. You can be part of the patriarchy whilst being a woman if you continue to uphold sexist ideas. If you are a woman and you say, women are more suited to domestic roles than jobs that require intellectual capacity, if you say that and you are a woman, you are propagating the patriarchy. So, this is not about men versus women, it's about the standards that society use. and the rights of women. Sorry, this whole stream has turned into a massive civil rights rant. This is what happens when I'm tired. I make no apology for it, but it might not be content that's suitable for everyone. So I don't stream with my view count on, but if everybody's left, then that's completely understandable. And I promise next dorf stream won't be quite so bad. Thank you, Alice, for redeeming a smooth hawksbeard as your 5th flower of the day. Smooth hawksbeard is a lovely little flower. It's not really smooth, it's quite hairy actually, but it's not spiny, so it's smooth in that sense, and it has lovely little yellow flowers, so that's a nice one. Hello Jan, welcome in. Jan played the Scrabble Monday, It Went. Okay, I'm glad to hear it went. Sorry, I know I was hating on the Scrabble community there earlier. I have nothing against the majority of members of the Scrabble community. My problem is with people in the Scrabble community who are either people who directly make sexist statements publicly. For example, people who publicly assert that women are inherently worse at the game than men because of biological reasons. And also people who defend people who make such statements, saying there's nothing wrong with them and they find that content fine. That's what I have a problem with. If you're watching my stream, you are almost certainly not in either of those groups. Unfortunately, falling into those groups includes, for example, the current world champion of Scrabble, and I don't exactly blame the community for siding with the world champion rather than me. I'm just a random person who's no good at the game. But yeah, that's why I feel I have no place in that community currently. But yeah, absolutely nothing against Scrabble as a game or people who play it. That is absolutely fine. I'm still consider myself friends with a number of Scrabblers. Just you all need to take a step back and decide what standard of behaviour is acceptable in your community, and then move on from there, I think. Four crab. Oh, 5 crab. Yeah, five crab is definitely not human. Having seen his Scrabble playing ability, I don't know what his chromosomes are, but he's definitely not human. Tibago and Ophelia are talking about bases. What base is it? It is a lefty Yamaha I found in a pawn shop. I'm getting it to learn, so didn't ask too many questions. Just checked the net was straight and slapped a deposit on it. Sounds good, Tibago. So I personally have never played the bass, but I think bass players are cool, we'll put it that way. I don't play an instrument much nowadays. I do still have a decent full-size electric keyboard, and I played piano. I used to be pretty good at it, but not so much anymore. In a past life, I did play other instruments. I played the violin at school for a long time. If I was going to pick up an instrument again, I would pick up piano or keyboard, I guess. I'm not going to get a piano into my house. There's not enough space. It's one of those things that I'd like to do when I have time and just don't. But yes, anybody who learns an instrument is cool in my book, and that especially goes for bass players. Tibago is going to post a picture. I look forward to seeing that, Tibago. It's always awkward when you've got rail and water together, isn't it? Jan left because of there was some disagreement about certain words that were added to the Scrabble dictionary in the latest update. That is not the kind of disagreement that I'm talking about. People are free to express their opinions on what words do and don't belong in the dictionary. That is absolutely fine by me. Okay, I'm going to put it here, maybe, and get a water train station. Actually, I want to join up railways. As you can see, my rail area is an unmitigated disaster. Those of you who are on the Dorf Romantic Discord will have seen a recent post by somebody who has around my score. I think they have about 810,000 points. And they have an almost perfectly hexagonal Dorf. My Dorf is actually roughly hexagonal, as long as you ignore the side that has the rails on it. And to be fair, the side that has the water on it as well. If you ignore these two sides, like the remaining 4 sides are roughly hexagonal. It's just I cannot get railways to stay neat. It is a flaw in my Dorf, but I don't care. It is my Dorf. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Ophelia says it's a great stream and these topics are important. Yeah, well, obviously I am aware they are very important to you, Ophelia. And I think they should be important to everyone. Some people do not take them as seriously as they should. But yeah, not some people get it. They understand that these topics are important, but they don't necessarily want to sit through a 4-hour stream about them, and I respect that as well. Jan got last with 0 wins and 5 losses. Yeah. One disadvantage to me quitting Scrabble for now is someone else has got to come last in the weekly tournaments. It used to be fairly reliable that as long as you were playing Collins, you could enter and be guaranteed of at least second from bottom because I was playing. But that is no longer the case. Also, Jan, are you NWL or CSW? I think you were NWL, but correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, I never played NWL in the tournament. So different people have to battle it out for last place in that one. This looks nice here, but I don't want to constrain this river with a tree, so we're not going to put it there. We shall put it... Where shall we put it? Put it there. Yeah, sorry. I've just seen a message saying Emma's a little behind. You are quite correct, T-Bago. I do have a small arse. Now, what was that about, chat? Why I'm making my own puns, I don't know. That's what chat's for. Hello, Vivi. Welcome in. I've never seen this game. What's the end goal? This is a cozy little puzzle game, Vivi, called Dorf Romantic. I know you guys are into RPGs, or at least Zelda. But I tend to play puzzle games on this stream. I'm currently live Friday, Saturdays and Sundays, and I have a different game on each day. Right now my Friday game is this one. The premise of the game is you are building a landscape out of tiles. So this is my landscape. This stack on the right hand corner of the screen is my tiles. You can mostly place the tiles anywhere you like. However, you get more points if the edges of the tiles match. So you can see here, for example, there's a house here and a tree here and a house here. So you would want to find a tile that had those edges. And if I put this tile here, you can see where it's sort of showed up white. The trees match and the houses match, but the other house on the other side doesn't match, and that line is red. So this piece, I could put this piece here, but I wouldn't get as many points as if I matched them all. When you start the game, the challenge is to keep the game going as long as possible without running out of tiles on your tile stack. I currently have 1,130 tiles on my tile stack. And the reality of this game is you can get to a point if you're good at it and plan out where you can basically keep going forever. I'm never going to lose this game now because I'm never going to run out of tiles. And then it just becomes a case of how much patience do you have and how long do you want to play for. I play it in the background of my serious talking streams because it's a casual thing that's easy to pick up and put down, and I can play it without thinking too hard. And currently my goal is just to get to 1 million points. I'm currently at 814,000 points, and I have this very large landscape that I've built up. I'm still only rank 463 on the leaderboard, so it's, yeah, there's a lot of people who are very passionate about this game and play it a lot, we'll put it that way. I usually give people a showcase of what it's like when you're not just playing a massive map. So this is just to show Vivi, this is what it looks like when you start. You just have this one blank tile, and you only have 40 tiles in your stack. And so the game is on a much smaller scale early on. But yeah, it's all about matching edges of tiles like this to build up a landscape. And early on it can be quite difficult to survive, to not run out of tiles. You can see right at the start your tile stack will deplete quite fast, and you actually get it back by completing these quests, which is little pop-ups here. You see that gave me more tiles. I won't stay in this mode too long, it's just to like give a small scale demonstration of what the game is about. As well as this mode, which is called Classic Mode. There's also a monthly challenge where it's the same gameplay but with some restrictions on it, like building in a certain area or only using certain tiles. And there's a leaderboard, and you compete each month for that leaderboard. And there's also a hard mode. I'm not very good at the hard mode. There are players out there who are good at the hard mode and are much better than me. In particular, I would say anybody for whom this game is appealing should, without a doubt, watch Luke Ainsworth. He's probably the best Dorf player in the world at the moment, and certainly the best Dorf streamer. He has the number one leaderboard spot on hard mode. And if you enjoy cozy Dorfing, like I'm doing, then your best bet is to watch Ophelia6277, who is in the chat right now, who has great cozy Dorf streams every Friday, and also streams other things on other days. Right, let me catch up with chat again. Ophelia says, putting an asshole is never okay, no matter how important they are, and that is the biggest issue. Men in certain positions still getting support, even if they are being shitty people, so they will keep being shitty people and might inspire others to also be shitty people. Yes, and just to clarify, women can be shitty people as well, and that is also a problem. As an example, I don't want to get too political, but as a trans person, I'm justified in saying this. In the UK, we've now had 3 female leaders, so 3 female prime ministers: Margaret Thatcher, Theresa May, and Liz Truss. All 3 of them were terrible leaders for different reasons. That doesn't mean women are bad at leadership. They were all conservative, and it means conservatives are bad people. But yeah, if somebody is an asshole with backwards ideas, then being female does not excuse them. But we are still very much at the point in our society where men are... Again, the way I want to say it, I think, is that things are viewed from a male perspective. Everything... Social norms are viewed through the lens of cis, hetero, male sexuality and sexual attraction. Like, when people come out as trans, people want to know what genitals they have, and they react in a repulsed manner because they are trying to picture having sex with that person, and they're repulsed by the thought that they were male assigned at birth. And that is because a cis male's first reaction on seeing a woman is to evaluate them in terms of sexual attractiveness. Trans people scare them because they break that attempt at evaluation, because obviously they're not gay, and as far as they're concerned, if somebody was assigned male at birth, they're still a man, and so the transphobia combined with that is what causes the problem. So when you talk about the whole media frenzy about trans people being abusers, which is completely fake, the obsession over genitals, the idea that trans people are ugly and repulsive, all of that comes about because society is viewed through the lens of cis hetero male sexual attraction, and obviously a lot of problems that women face are likewise due to being viewed as sex objects. So they obviously have a huge amount of sympathy for me because of that. But yes, that is probably the single reason why I am comfortable saying, patriarchy is a problem rather than shitty people are a problem. Because obviously shitty people are a problem as well. I'm not saying that's not the case. For example, the American Republican Party is full of horrible, horrible women who are promoting backwards ideas, often to their own, they're signing their own death warrants, if you like. You would take a step back and think, why are these women even supporting these ideas? And if you dig down to the root of it, you find conservative Christian men and you find male sexual attraction at the base of it. And that's not saying that it's bad to be a hetero cis man. It's bad to be a hetero cis man and project that onto everyone else. It's fine to be that and be supportive of everyone else and live your own life. Sorry, because I'm on the internet, I just automatically know I'm going to get hate for this, even though this is my stream and I can say what I like and I have full control over who's allowed to be in this channel. But this is my view, and my view does not exactly align with mainstream feminism, but I feel like we're close enough to see eye to eye on this. I do not consider myself a feminist, but those are my views. Yes, Jan, you're an NWL player. So we were never battling for last place. I think you and Cloyce might usually be the ones fighting for last. and Cloyce, this is the thing you've got to remember with Scrabble tournaments, because the game is so small. Like chess, for example, if you enter your first chess tournament, you are not going to be playing Hikaru. If, on the other hand, you enter the Woogles Mondaily, which may well be your first Scrabble tournament, because there's not many out there, you might be playing Josh Sokol, Will Anderson, Austin, Muffin with Tentacle, Matthew Tunnicliffe, all former national champions. So, that you are suddenly thrown in at the deep end, and people who are perfectly good Scrabble players and would be considered good if the game was more popular are just, they're not as good as these top level players. And so it's important not to get disheartened if you end up at the bottom of Mondaily. Absolutely, that's the case. Right, let me Let me place this tile, and then since we're coming up to 2 hours, I'm going to pause the dorf and make a concerted effort to catch up to chat. Welcome in, Shelley's Opus. Thank you so much for redeeming a Time Leaf Speedwell as your first flower. Now, I should clarify, and actually maybe I can fix this, Shell. Shelley changed her username. And as a trans person, I ought to be supportive of people changing their name. When my program records people's flower of the day, it records it under it records it against their username. So Shelley, your other flowers are still in there, but they're going to be on your old name. So I'm just going to update them now. I'm going to put Shelley's Opus instead of the old name. Just give me one moment, because you did come in here before and you did redeem several flowers. Actually, yeah, you've been here quite a lot. I forgot how many streams you've come to, and thank you for all your support, Shell. I'm just now realising you've been here a lot. Right, there we go. I was going to do a search and replace on Spiny, but there's a plant called Spiny Rest Harrow. So LT Baggo almost had a Shelley Rest Harrow in his collection. Right, if I now do... yeah, okay. Shell, you now have all 8 flowers against your name once again. So sorry about that. Jan, you got 2200 rapid. So yeah, speaking of people actually being good at games, 2200 is a very good score. A very good rating to have on chess, rather. It just... like, as a chess player, you feel like you've got so much further to go because chess is such a huge game. But 2200 is good. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Chell, for the lurk. Sorry, you might not have heard any of the stuff I just said. But yes, rest assured your flowers have been assigned to your new name. Welcome in, Zando Toaster. We are indeed playing Dorf, but I've just taken a break to catch up with chat. Thank you for redeeming a creeping... I was about to say creaming creep foil then. I don't know what I was on. I think I'm tired. Thank you for redeeming a creeping sank foil. Matcha Catcher says, you should try to spell your name with Dorf tiles. That is an interesting suggestion, Matcha. It's not actually possible to leave spaces between tiles. You can't leave gaps. So, like, I couldn't put a tile out here in space. So I'd have to write my name in cursive, I guess, and cursive with hexagons would be tricky. Ophelia says, a lot of bigots turn out to be gay or bi. They often rage because they fear that others could think they are gay. That is definitely a thing. I think it's a fairly small population. Like, as a proportion of all bigots, the number of closeted ones is quite small, and as a proportion of all LGBT ones, the bigots are quite a small proportion. It's absolutely true, Ophelia, what you're saying is completely right. I think it is important to keep in mind a lot of people are simply bigots. They don't have a good excuse. Like, they don't have the excuse of, oh, they're trying to, it's out of fear and they're trying to cover up their own gender identity. I think a lot of people are simply horrible, horrible people, and it's giving them too much credit to suggest anything else. Like, I want to be sure I'm not apologising for bigots, because even if they are closeted, that's still not an excuse for what they do. Yes, I said Cetro Hiss. They're called spoonerisms. When you flip words like that, I wonder if the bot has a definition for it. It does. A play on words on a phrase in which the initial, usually consonant sounds of 2 or more of the main words are transposed. So cetro-hiss rather than heterosis. So the dictionary definition is a play on words, but the term is actually named after a man called Spooner, who was an academic in the early 20th century and had a speech impediment that caused him to do that, or not a speech impediment, but like for whatever reason, his brain would get a bit muddled and he would do that. And yeah, it is my brain getting a bit muddled that causes me to do that. So yeah, it's nice to make puns like that and use it as a play on words, but it is also a thing that people say. I mean, I'm going to say when they're nervous, but I'm not nervous sitting here streaming with you guys. It's just a slip that comes out sometimes. Tibago says, as a cis male, I totally agree. I wish people, you just keep, and pardon the visual, keep their noses out of everybody's genitals. Yes, I mean, Tibago, you are one of the biggest allies that I know. So you absolutely are welcome, I would think, in LGBT communities. I mean, even your gender expression is probably not 100% cis, so you know that's fine. Ophelia says, of course there are shitty people of any gender, but men are the biggest issue, and a lot of those women were brought up in a very conservative environment believing all the shitty things. Absolutely, yes. It is very much an issue of education and upbringing and stuff like that. I completely agree, Ophelia, and I maybe explained it badly. I've sort of tried to explain it, but I probably did a bad job. It's important to be able to, it's important to be able to point to a public figure who happens to be a woman and say, that person is a bad person, they have shitty beliefs, they're forcing those beliefs on other people. Yes, there is quite possibly a reason why they have ended up feeling that way due to upbringing and male influence on society. Nevertheless, it is important to be able to say, that person has shitty beliefs. It is important to be able to say that Margaret Thatcher was a bad Prime Minister and a disaster for the UK. And that's not because she was the first female Prime Minister. It was entirely because of her beliefs. Wherever those beliefs came from, nevertheless, she was the one who who implemented them in the UK and is therefore a bad person because of it. Spoon. Yes, Alice, you were not aware of the word spoonerism. I'm glad I could introduce people to that word. Yes, it is most commonly used for play on words, where you swap the first two consonants of a word. Ophelia says it is just the fact that it keeps happening that they turn out to be more than just bigots, and also gay men can be bigots. That does not change anything. It's just pointing out that it does happen, and is sometimes one of the root causes of their bigotry and makes it even worse. Yes, I mean the other thing, of course, is the world does not cleanly divide into nice people and horrible people. You can have queer people who are racist. You can have feminists who are transphobic. There are so many of those in the UK that we even have a special term for them. Well, actually, Americans have a special term for them as well. It's more the TERF, as in trans exclusionary radical feminist. Transphobia is part of mainstream British feminism in a way that it isn't so much in the US. I think one reason I don't consider myself a feminist, there's just too many TERFs in the UK. You can absolutely be committed to a very noble cause and still be a horrible person in other ways. It's important not to lose sight of that. I don't speak on race issues because I don't consider myself qualified to do so. Not because I'm white, but because I grew up in a community that is 99.5% white, and so I have not encountered racial issues to the point where I feel qualified to speak on them. I feel qualified to speak on trans issues and on LGBT issues because so many of my friends are many types of LGBT, and I've witnessed their struggles firsthand. Ophelia says there are transphobic trans people as well, which blows my mind every time I hear and see them. Absolutely, Ophelia, yes. There are. It's not quite as simple as transphobic trans people, but there is a quite large group of people who consider themselves trans, have a medical diagnosis, and are undergoing treatment for their gender incongruity, but don't recognise other gender identities. Like, they see the world in terms of binary male-female, and yes, you can be a trans woman or you can be a trans man, but they don't accept, for example, non-binary, gender-fluid people, etc. So they would accuse people who say they are trans but are not medically diagnosed as trans as, fakers or whatever, or not really trans. And the biggest problem with that attitude, to me, is the fact that it is so hard to get a diagnosis. It takes years. So we are really not in a position to label people as not really trans because they don't have a medical diagnosis. It is just so difficult to get one. Even if it was easier to get one, I still disagree with those people, but I think their position is particularly untenable because of that. And yeah, I mean, some people, Ophelia, just hate themselves and hate people like them. It is unfortunate. Debago has redeemed drink water and stretch. So that is what I will now be doing. Apologies for the pause in the Dorf gameplay, but we managed to over 5,000 points. So if we are evaluating this as a chatty Dorf stream, we've reached our minimum threshold, as set down by our good friend Ophelia. I'm joking. There is no minimum. There is no maximum. Score as many points as you like. Yeah, you're right, Ren. People have used the acronym FART. Feminist appropriating reactionary transphobes is another way of spelling that acronym out. Let's do some stretches. I definitely need these today, so I'm going to spend a long time on them. That's the 1.5 seconds of ASMR you get on a Gertrude stream. By clicking my joints. Gertrude crunch. I have actually ordered a batch of 5 more emotes from Mushloon. But she is on a break all of March. So it'll be at least another month before they are here. So that is okay. I could go to a different artist, but I like supporting Mushloon. I like her style, and I like all of my emotes matching. I like the idea that I have a completely matching set of emotes. Don't be stealing any of your imaginary emotes. What did... Do you not want a Gertrude Crunch emote, T-Bagger? Am I not allowed to request any of the imaginary ones that you've come up with? Dizzy now. Ren says, wow, your shoulders are extremely mobile. Yeah, so this thing like this where I can put my arm behind my head. That's not normal. Don't attempt that if you're not flexible enough to do it. It's just, I personally find it a good way of stretching out. After sitting at a desk for 12 plus hours in a day, my arms get very tense, and this actually sort of detensions my upper arm, so I find it good to do. It's not necessarily recommended as a stretching exercise, and in fact nothing on this stream constitutes medical advice. Other than, I guess, if you are suffering from mental health conditions and are able to obtain healthcare, please do so. That's the only medical advice I will give, in full recognition of sometimes it is not possible due to shitty healthcare systems or uncaring doctors or whatever. I have very flexible shoulders. It's actually quite annoying, Ren. I'm not too bad these days, but when I was younger, and also my sister has this worse than me, her shoulders will sometimes pop out of place. Not from doing that, just normally her shoulders will pop out of place. So as a family, I think we have hypermobile shoulders somehow. It's the only part of me that's hypermobile, though. Like, no, I can't do any of the other things. Like, I can't do anything funny with my fingers, or anything like that. You've had frozen shoulder twice, once in each shoulder. Oh no. Yeah, no, this isn't. This is like just the shoulder like popping out of its socket. What happens with me is it happens sometimes when I'm asleep. If I go to sleep in the wrong position, I wake up and my shoulders come out and I have to pop it back in, and then for the next 2 hours it's really painful from where I've popped it back in. Yeah, it's usually not a problem. I'm sorry for having that image to everybody on stream. I didn't mean to. Apologies if anybody is now horrified. Oh, okay. Stretching is complete. We have a botany redeem from El Tibago, who would like to learn about king's foil. Okay then. Well, first of all, Tibago, thank you for your continued interest in botany. Let's see if we can get an image of that up. Now, Tibago, is this a real plant? Or is this a plant from Lord of the Rings? Because that's not a real Latin name. Giveaway is the umlaut on the E. Now, that doesn't mean I can't talk about it, but it does mean it's not in the book. My book is strictly limited to the flora of Britain and Ireland, which does not include Middle-earth. Okay, Tibago is instead requesting a page number. Page 1111. That I can do. I didn't really need to bring both books over, did I? I know we're in the second one. Okay, let's find out what awaits us on this page. Coriander. Okay. I think most people know coriander as a cooking ingredient, not as a plant, but it obviously comes from a plant. It is not a native plant to the UK, but it is one of those that gets thrown out of gardens every now and then it sort of survives in the wild. So it has a distribution in the book. Let's see. Now the challenge when trying to show you a plant that is also used in cooking is if you just search coriander, you just get pictures of you don't get pictures of a plant, you get pictures of a bundle of leaves or some seeds or whatever, rather than an actual plant growing in soil, like how a botanist would want to view it, rather than how a chef would want to view it. But here we are, here's an actual coriander plant. Let me get that up on screen for you guys. King's foil is the herb that Aragorn uses to help Frodo after he is stabbed with the Morgul blade. Well, thank you for sharing your fantasy world knowledge with us, Tibago. As I say, sadly it's not in the book. Alice asks a very interesting question. Okay, this might be an impossibly annoying question, but I've been wondering since last time. How do we know what's native and what isn't? And I mean that is a very interesting question, Alice. And the answer is there is no easy way of telling. For any life form, if you go back in terms of millions of years, then you can look at the fossil record. So you know something was growing in an area if you find a fossil of it, and plants can be fossilised just as well as animals. However, something to bear in mind specifically with Britain and Ireland, all of Scotland, Ireland and Northern England and a good part of Southern England was covered with ice sheet during the last ice age. So there were no plants growing there at all. So everything that grows there now has only grown there for at most 11,000 years, i.e. after the last ice age. And humans were already living in Britain at that time. So as the ice sheet retreated, the plants started recolonising northern England and Scotland and Wales, but humans also started resettling that area, and they would have brought plants with them. So the honest answer, Alice, is we cannot distinguish plants that spread natively after the Ice Age versus plants that were brought here by humans. So the definition that we actually use when we're talking about native species, we divide plants into three categories. We have native species are those that have been here before the Ice Age or since, but then anything that was in the UK before the Bronze Age is considered native, even if it was brought here by Bronze Age humans. And then anything that was brought to the UK between the Bronze Age and 500 years ago, so around 1500, is what's called an archaeophyte. So it was introduced, but it's been here long enough that native populations can basically be considered to have established for hundreds of years. And then you have what's called neophytes, which is plants that have been introduced since then. But even dividing into those categories is quite difficult. We do know that some plants were brought to the UK by the Romans. So they are archaeophytes because the Romans came after the Bronze Age, but more than 500 years ago. We also know that some plants were brought to the UK in medieval period, and maybe were grown in gardens for a few hundred years and then before they started escaping into the wild. More recently, so the science of botany has been going on since the 1700s. So in some cases we know that a plant escaped into the wild like in the early 19th century because we actually have a scientific record that goes back that far. And more recently, I mean, there are plants that didn't come to this country until the 1980s or the 1990s, but have been spreading rapidly since then. So we know for a fact they're not native because we remember when they weren't here. So it's difficult, and there are plants where we don't know if they're native or not. And to complicate matters further, there are some plants that are native in one part of the country and non-native in another part of the country. And actually, our Botany Redeemed last week, was it? I can't remember which day it was. Tobago. But we had a Botany Redeem last week where the map doesn't show native and non-native because it doesn't know. Anyway, matcha, the flower we have today is coriander. Matcha says just looks like leaves. It does just look like leaves. So the problem is when you do a Google image search for coriander, it just shows you like how a chef would see coriander. So you just see a bunch of cut leaves or some seeds. This is the only photo I can find of the actual plant. So it still hasn't got flowers on. You'll just have to do without. Maybe after I've read this I can find one with flowers. Okay. So, coriander, an annual herb cultivated in gardens and very locally at the field scale, and found as a casual on refuse tips, disturbed ground, and at the edges of paths, tracks and roads, where it mainly originates from birdseed and culinary sources. It is occasionally found naturalised on roadsides, as in northwestern Essex. So, not a native plant, but commercial birdseed mixes include coriander, and then birdseed gets dispersed from garden bird feeders, and it escapes from gardens where people are growing it to use in cooking. Coriander was grown in Britain by medieval times, and is treated as a cultivated archaeophyte. So in the categories I was just saying, it comes since the Romans, since the Bronze Age, but before 1500. Although increasingly cultivated as a culinary herb, which has resulted in a larger number of casual occurrences, its distribution in the wild is limited by the fact that young plants are very frost tender. It was first recorded from the wild in 1762. So, again, going back to that era of botany, which, like most sciences, the early years of botany are basically rich men with nothing better to do wandering around the countryside making notes about things. So it may well have been in the wild before 1762, but that's the first time there's a scientific record of it. And by that point it had been grown in gardens for at least a few hundred years. So it's actually native to North Africa and West Asia. It is widespread in the wild in southern Europe. So as the book says, because it's so susceptible to frost, it has a hard time establishing itself in the wild in the UK at the moment, but it does sometimes. So this is probably one of those we'll see as climate change progresses and the UK gets warmer and frosts get less and less frequent. We can probably expect to see more wild coriander. Something which is neither here nor there as far as the greater effects of climate change are concerned, but it is a change that will happen. So the distribution map in the book is showing it mostly concentrated in the southeast and around Birmingham and Manchester. Typically the distributions for garden escapes, as you might expect, tend to be concentrated around the biggest urban areas where there's more gardens and more people throwing out plants. But I will get up a distribution map. I don't believe I've ever recorded coriander myself, but I'm sure there are records of it in Somerset as a garden escape. So, coriander. Yes, there are indeed only a handful of records in Somerset, but they do exist. So, I'm going to use a slightly lower resolution map initially. Here we go. So these are all the places that it's been recorded. So you can see it's concentrated around the biggest urban areas, especially London. The reason I use this resolution map, if I switch it to the 1 kilometre square, you can't actually see any of the records unless you really zoom in. But yeah, records in central London. And yeah, even the records in Somerset are mostly in urban areas, so suburbs of Bristol, Weston-super-Mare, and so on. Although there is one record apparently in a rural area near Chewstoke. I have actually botanised here, but that wasn't me that recorded it because that's a record from before 2010. I'll have to keep a lookout for a wild coriander plant next time I'm there. Yeah, that's it. So that comfrey, I think, was it. Because comfrey hybridizes, and there are non-native hybrids and there's native plants, and then, yeah, the comfrey in any given area, it's very difficult to know. To know what's native and what isn't. Yes, that was Stoic's Redeem, indeed. Anyway, thank you, Tibago, for that. Sorry, I promised I'd stop doing that, and then I didn't. Just checking if any lurkers are still awake, that's all. Someone will have my stream on in the background and will have come rushing in thinking their phone fell off the nightstand. Right, since we had a double blow high redeem, I suppose we ought to have him back for the second half of the stream. Let us return to Dorf. Here we go. Tibago said I had to pull up the Emma Wiki Alpha. Very buggy, took me a while. Tibago, are you keeping a record of everything that's happened on my streams, including the botany redemptions? Because if so, you're a lot more organised than I am. I can never remember what we've done. I guess as well as being a mod, Tibago is now my PA, apparently. Which is very helpful. I do confess to being a nerd and keeping a spreadsheet of who I've raided, because I'm trying to be fair and raid different people. But I haven't been tracking anything else. I haven't been tracking what raids I've been getting, or what the redeems have been, or anything like that. Anyway. Let us return to the Dorf. I did say maybe we could get to 820,000 today, in which case, well, we're halfway there, roughly. We were on 809, I think, when we started. So, hopefully in the remaining hour and a half. I think chatter's quietened down a bit now. People have gone to bed, or closed the stream in disgust, one or the other. And that's usually that's the way on my Friday streams. The first half is always busy with chat, and the second half is quiet, which is good because I can get more Dorf done. I might even end it a little earlier tonight because I am very tired, as you can tell. But we will make it our goal to get to 20,000 at least before we do that. Alice says, I was planning on doing stuff, but I've been glued to the stream in a good way. Okay, well that's nice to hear, Alice. By the way, Alice, if you are interested in the botany side of things, and it sounds like you are, I will be doing dedicated botany streams later in the year. I'm waiting for spring to progress a bit so that there are actually plants outside that I can go and look at. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a sort of outdoor live stream because mobile internet isn't good enough here. But what I will do is I will take some photos and film some footage of a botany fieldwork session. So one of my recording sessions, I'll work a bit more slowly and try and get pictures of everything. And then I will do a stream where I sort of go through a fieldwork session and explain how I'm identifying all the plants, what all the different plants I've seen are. I'll show off all the pictures. I'll show my recording software and the system I use and my checklists and so on. So that will be a thing. It will be a summer thing, not a winter thing. We are still on our winter schedule at the moment. And unfortunately, I will also have to probably cut back on how many streams I'm doing. So weekday evenings, in the summer, during the day I'll be at work, obviously, as always. And then in the evening, I will be doing field work as long as there's daylight. Which in the summer will be obviously well past 8 PM. So I won't be able to have an 8 PM Friday stream unless it's raining, in which case I'll have one anyway. But on a Saturday and Sunday, I'll be doing field work during the day. So I would be able to have a stream still on Saturday and Sunday evening. So the Friday streams will be postponed, and the Saturday and Sunday streams, there will still be plenty of gaming streams, but there will also be some botany streams mixed in with those. I'm hoping we get to 1 million points on Dorf before I suspend the Friday streams. But if we don't, I can always move Dorf to a different day. Having said that, we do also have the viewer requests to get through. So, yeah, we definitely have plenty of content planned out. Right, I put a tile in a very specific place. Yeah, I put this one here, knowing that I was about to pick up one that had a field there, so I can line those two up together. There we go. Actually, I should probably... At some point I need a water tile with a forest on it, so let's do that as well. Alice says, ooh, wow, making impressed sounds. Thank you for your impressed sounds, Alice. T-Bago is also making impressed sounds. So T-Bago, I believe, you were actually, you're not a botanist as such, but you have participated in botanical recording before now. So you sort of know what it is I do. Which is good, and I hope you get a lot out of my streams when I do them. This house is going to be annoying. I need a rail tile that has that house right there. This is okay to do though. I need to close off this river. Do that. Some of it was a while ago now. Yes, I do understand. I don't expect you to remember any of it, Debago. It's just obviously you're probably familiar with field work and just generally the sensation of being out in a damp field somewhere looking at plants is one that might be familiar to you. A lot of people will think that I'm mad for doing that sort of thing, which I probably am. There's only really 2 good spots here and they've been pretty well documented. Yes, so obviously nature reserves and the like tend to get the most attention. One aim of my recording project is to cover everywhere, even the places that aren't good spots, even the boring road verges and the fields with nothing in them. Because the problem with only surveying the good spots is then it looks like everywhere's good, and obviously everywhere isn't good. You need to survey all the bad spots as well in order to get an accurate picture of how biodiverse the area is as a whole. So yeah, my records are mostly picking through random road verges, finding very common weeds, just so that we have the data. And every once in a while, something very surprising comes up in those areas, and you get something unusual that you didn't think would be there. So it is worth doing, because you find these unusual things, and then turns out the area isn't quite as boring as you thought. But I absolutely get what you mean, Tibaga. Yes, the majority of areas that I'm surveying, they would have plants that the average person would just consider weeds, even if I think some of them are quite nice. Do probably once or twice a year that you actually stumble upon rare plants in those areas. Although I suppose that depends on your definition of rare. This is one of the few bits of the map we've managed to keep a nice edge on. At what point do I give up on this hole and just fill it in with something that doesn't perfectly match? To use this here. I've ended up with a lot of fields here somehow. I'm not quite sure how this happened. I don't have quite the same distaste for fields as Ophelia does. But I do still have an area of the map where I stick all the fields that I don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, this says if it's anything like my dorf experiences, this point is exactly 5 tiles before you get the would have been perfect tile. Yes, well that's why I do leave holes open for a long time. But yes, as you can see from my stats, I have not placed every tile perfectly. 95% of them is still most of them, but not every one. Eventually I give up. But yes, once your map gets to this size, you can sort of just say, well, there's a place for every tile. So just find somewhere good for that tile and then try not to leave too many holes and you'll be okay. It is possible to do a full run of Dorf with 100% perfect tiles. That is possible. I have sort of managed it in classic mode, except every time I try to do that properly in classic mode, I end up making a mistake and placing an imperfect tile. But Luke Ainsworth, who I shouted out earlier, has done that and is currently working on trying to do that in hard mode, which is incredible. I can't even believe that's possible. But if anyone can do it, then he can. Oh, I finally need to complete this quest, don't I? Here we go. Messed up the pattern a bit, but we got a quest, so we don't care. We're about to unlock a quest. I don't think we're going to be putting 1021 fields here. Sorry, random quest. You might have to be disappointed. I'm really starting to notice the lag. Not sure how evident it is on the stream. But yeah, if I compare spinning this tile around here to spinning this tile around while it's attached to this giant river network, this is a lot of lag. My PC will be alright, but my stream quality might suffer a bit now. But my dorf is getting to this size. I ought to close off this river area, but I don't think I'm going to at this point. We could put one of these here. Have a train station that doesn't have any tracks connected to it. Interesting. Oh well. Makes about as much sense as the rest of the rail network. think I'll have to start a new row here. There. Alice says, got to go unwind for bed. Thank you so much for the comforting stream. Just what I needed after, you know, vague gesture, everything. No problem, Alice. Sorry for my rant earlier. Hopefully I haven't lost any followers as a result of that. Otherwise I've got to redo my follower goal. Let me send a Gertrude sleep emote in Alice's direction. Sleep well. Hope to see you again soon, Alice. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We are almost at our goal of 820,000. So we may be ending the stream relatively soon anyway. Yeah, that's 819,000. Oh, another forest quest. I'll just go and put that over here with the 11 others I have. This is all my water quests and all my forest quests live over here. I do love those rainbow axolotls that Cass has as emotes. I do love them. They're so nice. Well, there's 820,000. I'll keep going a little bit longer, see what else we can come up with. 460th on the leaderboard now. Thank you, T-Bago and Harry. Only 180,000 to go, so roughly an Ophelia-sized dwarf still to go until I get to 1 million. But we will get there. Oh god, 4,339 houses. Yes, I'll get right on that. Hello, Codex Chris X. Welcome in. So nice to have you here. Thank you for joining us on our Friday night Dorf and Chill. You've missed my weekly hour-long rant about trans rights, but you're here just in time to see me hit 820,000 points in Dorf. And I hope you had a good week, and if not, I hope the weekend is good to you. We're so close to be able to fill this piece in, which I've been waiting for a while, but that's not quite it. No, that's not it either. Where is it? Okay, we might have to go hunting to find a spot for this one. Chris says, hi Emma, thanks, I hope it's the same to you. I'm glad I've been able to finally catch a stream. Yes, so I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 8 PM UK time, which is about 3 PM Eastern time. And I typically go for about 4 hours. I might call it quits a little early today, but this is the time I'm usually on. So I'm very glad you're able to be here. And thank you for dropping by. Okay, there we go. There's always a place if you look hard enough. Cool, I'll definitely keep an eye out, and of course glad to be here. Well, thank you for saying that, Chris. That means a lot to me when people say things like that. Yeah, you can find me here every Friday playing a little bit of Dorf, at least until I get to 1 million points. Once I get to 1 million points in classic mode, I will still be playing Dorf, but I'll sort of wind down my involvement with Dorf and maybe do once a month to pick up the monthly mode. You'll probably be lurking just watching. You've never seen this game. Yeah, so this is a puzzle game about building up a landscape by connecting together tiles, and the objective is to get the edges of the tiles matching. If you've ever played the board game Carcassonne, it's a little like that, but with hexagons. And you are allowed to place the tiles so the edges don't match, but you get a lot more points if they do. And I'm doing pretty well. This is an enormous map. It's still only like 460th on the leaderboard. But also this is the classic mode, and there is a hard mode. So if as I've got to the point where I can pretty much play forever, or at least until I get bored. But there is a more difficult mode for people who want a challenge. Not sure if you've seen any of my other streams, Chris, but I typically play puzzle games, but I have a different game going on each day. So Saturday right now is Infinifactory, which is a Zachtronics game, which is very difficult, but I'm working through it. And Sundays right now is Fez, which is a puzzle platformer, which was actually requested by one of my viewers. So I have a fairly expensive channel point redemption where people can pick a game for me to play on stream, and Sunday is reserved for those streams where my viewers have decided the game. And I've been having some success with that. I think I've discovered a lot of cool games that way. Do I want to put the water with the water, or the trees with the trees, or somewhere in between? I shall go for somewhere in between. Okay, 557 railways. The only downside to having a map this big is the bigger the maps get, the harder the quests get. This one is going to take me a while. So I can't really attach it there because that's only that tiny bit of railway. I'll have to attach it here. If I attach it here, it picks up this whole huge network I've been doing for ages. Yeah, my goal for today's stream, Chris, was 820,000 points, so I am there. But I usually go for about 4 hours. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer tonight. But I am very tired today. I have been working long hours at work all week, and I was actually asleep when my stream was supposed to start. And what makes it worse is one of my streamer friends was preparing to raid into me when my stream started at 8 PM, and at 8:05 I still wasn't live, and they were patiently sitting there with all their viewers waiting for me to come on so they could raid me. So I know she said don't apologise, but I do feel guilty for that. But yeah, work will ease up from now on, so it shouldn't happen again. I should be back to more sane hours starting from next week. I hope. We can hope. Sleep is important, Chris, but also sleep at the correct time of day is important. I don't want to be in a position where I can't sleep at night because I've been sleeping at the wrong time, which has happened to me before, so I am conscious of that. Okay, this quest does not like any of my fields. I'm just going to fill in this gap. I still get 2 perfect placements, and I'm at the point I have so many tiles in my stack I don't have to worry. To explain the game mechanic to Chris, this stack of tiles on the right here, as you've probably gathered, is the tiles that I have available to place. I have to place them in order, and this number is how many tiles on the stack. You start the game with 40 tiles, and earning new tiles requires completing quests or getting perfect placements. And in the early game, it's difficult to keep the game going. It's very easy to run out of tiles early on. When you start with 40, but you're quickly down to sort of 10 to 20 in the stack. But once you can get past that point and get to the point where you're earning more tiles than you're using, the game does become a lot easier. And yeah, now that I have over 1,000 tiles in my stack, there's basically no way I can lose. My goal at this point is partly, I want a nice round number. Partly, I want to climb the leaderboard. But also partly, I just want a chill game. I can, mindless game I can play on Fridays without having to think much about it. Because my Friday streams, I've just come off work and I'm a bit tired, as you can tell. My weekend streams, I have more energy and I can tackle difficult games. And it's a good game to have in the background for a chatting stream. The first half of this stream was pretty much solid chatting, so it's a good game for that. But yes, yeah, completing the little quests gets you 5 more tiles, and a perfect placement gets you 1 extra tile. A perfect placement is when a tile is completely surrounded by matching tiles, and I will demonstrate that now. So for example here, if I place a tile here, this tile here has already, most of these edges are matching, so the blank area matches with the blank area, trees matches with trees. If I put this here, that tile sort of shimmers and it pops up a thing saying perfect. And you'll notice I had 1126 tiles and I've still got 1126 tiles because I spent 1 but 1 came back. Early in the game the quests are the main way of getting tiles, but yeah, you can see here this quest requires me to place 6,346 more trees in order to complete it. So you start off, actually, let me, I often do this for people who are seeing the game for the first time if they seem interested. If I start a new game, this is what the game looks like when you start. So you just have this 1 blank tile in the middle, and you start off with a stack of 40. And the quests are easy, so like, I've only got to place 3 more houses to complete it. So it's actually trees, it's trees, not tree tiles, which is an interesting twist. So this tile doesn't want 5 more tiles, it wants 5 more trees. You don't have to count the trees individually. The game will do that, all that for you. But yeah, so this is what the game looks like in the early stages, and you can see that your tiles, you get new ones when you complete quests, but your tiles quickly start counting down. And when you've only got a buffer of 40, it is easy to get overwhelmed at the start. But it is possible to go forever, as I have done on my big world. And in addition to the main game, which is sort of called classic mode, there is a hard mode, where you get more awkward combinations of tiles and fewer quests. Hard mode is really hard. It is possible to go forever in hard mode, but literally only a handful of people have ever done it, including another streamer called Luke Ainsworth, who's very, very good at the game. And there's also a monthly challenge. So every month there's a sort of restricted version of the game with different rules about placements or different sets of tiles you can use. So the January monthly challenge, the February monthly challenge was a tiny little map. Like the entire map is this size. You see there's a sort of border around the map. So you're restricted to building in this tiny little hexagon, and you've just got to try and optimise your score within that little hexagon. And I actually did quite well at that one. I managed to get 5th place. And this month's monthly challenge is a much bigger one, but the theme this month is you get lots of rivers and rail tiles. You'll notice this is quite a crazy rail network with trains everywhere, and the whole map is only this big. So yeah, I'm not quite so good at this month's challenge. I've only managed 81st on the leaderboard, but I'll give it another go at some point. But yeah, today is big classic mode chill day, not think about things too hard, which is why I'm on this big map. And I intend to keep up this big map until I get to 1 million points. The global high score is over 8 million. So imagine this, but 8 times the size, and people have placed every tile individually. That takes quite a while. My playtime on this map is 74 hours. Although, to be fair, a lot of that was chatting while playing, so you could do it a lot quicker if you weren't chatting. And you'll notice it actually takes the game a while to even load in the tiles when you're playing a map this big. So yeah, I'm not going to try and get to 8 million. Apparently, once you get to about 2 to 3 million, the game starts to become really laggy. So at that point, it's not just a case of how much time you have, it's also a case of how powerful your PC is. But 1 million is a nice round number, and that's where I'm aiming. Welcome in, Pro Stoic. Thanks so much for dropping by. I hope you've had a good week, and I hope your weekend is kind to you. As you have gathered, we are playing some Dorf. I haven't done as many shout-outs tonight as I usually do, but let's shout out Pro Stoic. He is definitely one of the core group of streamers that I follow and I consider myself part of the community of nowadays. Found a lot of great new streamers through Pro Stoic. His content is very different to mine. He has a very different vibe, much higher energy streams than mine, but it's definitely enjoyable stuff. I encourage you to check it out. World's first and possibly only Stoic VTuber. This quest, I need to put this tile in this area because it has a quest attached to it that I need to complete, so that's going there. Pro Stoic says, week's been great. Left job yesterday. It was toxic work environment. I'll spare details. Spent a lot of the day crunching down my checklist. Okay, well, sorry to hear that you had a toxic work environment, Stoic, and also sorry to hear that you are temporarily diminished in income. But I hope both of those things are soon resolved. I hope you find a means of employment that you are okay with and is not toxic. Speaking of work, yeah, my work environment this week has not been at all pleasant. It's been extremely busy. But it is only it's typically like just 2 to 3 weeks a year that are really, really busy, and I just have to push through those, and then the rest of the year it's not that bad. So that's what I've been doing this week. I have been working 15-hour days, and well, as evidence that I'm a bit tired. I actually fell asleep before I was supposed to go live, which is a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, I woke up in time to start the stream, more or less on time. So apologies to anybody who checked at 8 PM, concluded I wasn't streaming tonight and then left, and has missed the stream as a result. It's only got myself to blame for that. What to do with this awkward rail piece? Let's put it here and make more awkward rail pieces. Pro Stoic says it's all good, I'm okay, I've got savings and it'll give me a chance to breathe/recover a bit. Yeah, well I guess in at least temporarily we can look forward to plenty of content creation from you. Which would be nice, but yes, I do wish you the best of luck. I've been definitely enjoying your content recently. I've been trying to please the algorithm by interacting with all your YouTube shorts and everything, because I know the algorithm demands interaction. That is the way of these things, so I have been trying to keep the overlords happy. Whether I have succeeded in that, only YouTube knows. I do have a YouTube stream, but it really only serves as an archive of my Twitch stream. So that I can keep my VODs forever instead of having them be deleted after a while. So I don't really care if anyone looks at it or not. Occasionally, something in the algorithm decides my video is more worth promoting than normal, and I get like 100 views instead of 5. But it is all basically random. But yeah, if for some reason you ever want to watch an Emma stream from 5 months ago in its entirety, completely unedited, because I really don't have time for editing, there is a link to my YouTube channel down below. But yeah, you're not missing much by not going there. I would like to make properly edited versions of my streams for people who are unable to make the streams and would prefer more edited content. But there's no way with my day job and streaming and everything and botany that I would ever have time to do that. So it's just an archive. I press the export to YouTube button in Twitch and I leave it at that. And I'm happy with that for now as a solution. Most of what you treat your YouTube channel as a VOD archives, and you ask a bunch you started tossing clips on there regularly. Yeah, I just don't have very many clips, honestly. My viewers have made some clips. I need to start making clips myself, I think. But also, just the chill nature of my streams means there's not that many clippable moments. Occasionally a game bugs out, and that's about the most clippable moment I have. Prosteric says, sometimes I fall asleep listening to VODs. I also fall asleep listening to VODs. Sometimes I fall asleep listening to streams. And hopefully the streamer doesn't wonder why I suddenly stop chatting. I usually tell them I'm going to bed. Edit out all the T-Bago comments. There's no need for that. Most of T-Bago's comments are perfectly wholesome. But yeah, our goal for today's stream was 820,000. We have reached that goal. Just going a little bit longer because I usually do. I like to keep to a regular schedule. And given that I was late today, I might as well try and go the full length of my stream. I'm sure my viewers would appreciate it if I was punctual, which I am not. So yeah, I try. I do try, chat. I promise. I try my best. Oh no, this is a big quest. This needs to go in the big water area. It does not need to go here, tempting though it might be, because it will fail. Put it there. This piece can go here. This is the most satisfying feeling in Dorf, when you place a tile and it's already perfect and it just immediately does that. It's very satisfying. Oh, excuse me. Apologies if I'm making anyone else yawn. That is not the intention. Chris says I could definitely nap. Sorry, yes, I am having that defect. My streams are so boring that even the streamer is yawning. No, I am very, very tired today. I don't usually yawn at my own content. Still waiting for a piece that fits here. We have not had any luck on that one so far. I suppose this would fit here, but I'd like to end this field. I don't want to be carrying a field out here. This is supposed to be the house-only area of my map. It goes here, though. Actually, we'll start closing this off at least, and then maybe I'll find the right tile later on. Nope. Still no good. Keep an eye out for whether I have any tiles that would help with these holes that I've left. I try to avoid leaving holes anywhere on my map, but with the railways... With the railways, it's not optional to match the edges. Normal tiles, you can choose whether to match the edges or not. And if you don't match the edges, you just don't get any points. But with railways, you have to match the edges. So the rail network is by far the most difficult part of the game, and is the reason that this area is all nice and neat and hexagon shaped. And this area of the map is a huge tangle of spaghetti. Because of the railway pieces. I think this might actually be the first stream where I've held the blow high for the entire stream. There is a channel point redeem for me to hold it. And it's only supposed to be for half an hour, but because 2 people redeemed it at the same time at the start of the stream, I promised it for the whole stream. So you've had it for the whole stream. Tibago says, is it spaghetti or just one long spaghetti? I thought the singular of spaghetti was spaghetto. Is that wrong? Is it spaghetti? But to answer your question, it is multiple railways all tangled in with each other, so it's definitely spaghetti. There's more than one line here. So, yes, I'm going to use the plural, I think. I must be able to do something useful with this forest tile. There must be somewhere that is waiting for 2 trees to close it off. I mean, well, this is waiting for 2 trees, but not in that orientation. Ah, yes, like this for example. There we go. I think the music was a bit. I'm going to turn the music up slightly. I think it's been a bit too quiet today. There we go. I think the Dorf music is part of what makes Dorf relaxing. It's nice to have it. I want to make sure this area of forest here and this area of forest here get connected to my big quest. So I don't want to use this tile on them because it would cut them off. So I'm going to have to put it down here instead. This is supposed to be my mixed field and forest tile area, but it's somehow turned into an area of field and an area of forest. Not quite sure how that happened, but I'm going to need to try and get it back to its previous state so that I can place those tiles there. Nope. Tibago says, I think the heated chat wore everybody out and they are now sleeping. That's how my streams usually go, Tibago. Back when I was doing Scrabble, a big proportion of certainly of my Scrabble stream viewers, and a smaller proportion of my puzzle game viewers were American, so they were just sort of becoming active for the evening around this time. But my European viewers and my UK viewers are all going to be in bed by now. So yeah, my stream timing probably isn't ideal, but I can't really move it any earlier. And I don't want to stream for less than 4 hours. I feel like that's sort of the minimum. For me, that's a minimum good length for a stream to give everybody a chance to show up who wants to and so on. So, I am going to keep to the. I'm going to keep to the schedule. But yeah, it's always quieter in the second half, and I accept that. We sort of found this tile, except I don't want a rail going that way, so we can't actually use it there. I don't want to use it here because there's a house on it. But we can use it here. Yeah, like that. Then we need to fill in these tiles with rails that have houses on the side, but we will get those, such as this one. Yeah, so my Friday streams, in particular tend to start off fairly active, especially if Ophelia raids them as she did today. And then they drop off as they go on. That's just the way of things. But yes, sorry if I put anybody off with my rant earlier. It's part of an Emma stream, unfortunately, is you have to deal with that. And I make no apologies for that because it's important information, but I appreciate it's not everybody's cup of tea. People have stuff to say after a week of no Emma. Quite possibly that's part of it, T-Bagger, I agree. Ren says we started today at 809,000, I believe. Yeah, we've done all right. We got to 820, which was our goal. We maybe get to 830 by the end of the stream at this rate. Usually I would end at around midnight, but I was slightly late starting, so I'm going to be slightly late ending as well, I think. But yeah, we'll just place a few more tiles here and then call it. I think that will be okay. No, this looks like the right tile for this spot, but it isn't. That's a shame. It's not the right tile for that spot either. It can go here or here. Put it there. But yeah, Friday tends to be my busiest day nowadays, I think. Not so many people are interested in my Saturday slot now that it's no longer Scrabble. And Sundays are just always quiet. I think people have other things to do on Sundays. Obviously, Ren is here because it's Fez, but in general, Sundays are quiet, which is fine. Sundays is always a quiet day in general. I don't think that's a problem. I mean, well, my Ophelia raiders will probably be fine with it because Ophelia expresses similar sentiments on her streams. So there is that. I will try and be a bit more on the ball for my my raid if obviously Ophelia is free to raid whoever she likes, but quite often she's ending right as I'm starting, so I will try to be more on the ball next time that happens, if it happens again. Well, it was probably funny for some people. It was probably a little less funny for Ophelia, who was probably panicking about where she was going to raid if I wasn't on. It took Ophelia over an hour to decide on a raid target for Wednesday's stream, so yeah. I would not want to cause such problems deliberately. think it's time to start a new row of fields on this side now. Okay, let's call it 828,000 and then we stop. I think that makes a good stopping place. And we'll end just short of 4 hours. We'll go 3 hours 50 minutes ish. Since it's coming to midnight. Ophelia was yapping the whole time and singing your praises on the music side. But yes, Ophelia does love talking, and that is not in any way an attack. We all love Ophelia and how talkative she is. But I wouldn't want to cause her any issues with the planning raids. Well, now I've said I'm getting to 829, I need to place these awkward tiles that the game has given me. It's always the way. Ophelia says I would have easily found someone else. I just wanted to raid you. Well, thank you, Ophelia. Yeah, I realise you would have found someone else. I realise there are many other streamers out there worthy of raids. I know you said don't apologise, so I won't. But yeah, it was still a bit silly of me. Let's just say that it was a bit silly of me to be dozing. Whilst you were patiently waiting with your raiding party, which is bigger than what views I normally get all stream. It was just a little bit silly of me, that's all. Yes, there is always a backup plan of raiding the otters. The otters are lovely. I hope they are all happy, because they won't know how many viewers they get. They won't know how popular they are. They won't know the fame they have earned as content creators. But I hope they are happy with their lives. You know, Ophelia, I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking with regard to fields. They are just a bit annoying sometimes, aren't they? You deserved a nap, and I hope it helped you, and that you will still get some good sleep tonight. Yes, I will definitely get some sleep. Hopefully it is good sleep. Hopefully I don't wake up with a sore neck, which I've been doing a lot recently. Yeah, I think the game actually knows that I promised to do another like 800 points, and then has started giving me awkward tiles as revenge for promising to end the stream. Silly dwarf. How could you do this? Okay, I'm just putting that there. Yeah, it's about time to start a new row on this one as well, so let's do that. Lots of rail pieces. Silly game. There we go. And then we can say we've done around 20,000 this game, this stream, which will be nice. Must be a place for this somewhere. Actually, there is fine. There we go. 829,000. 457th in the leaderboard. We climbed another 3 spots in that last half an hour. So that is where we shall leave our dorf for today, if anybody is interested in my stats. So I've now placed 9,699 tiles. We're definitely going to get over 10,000 before we reach 1 million. We might get over 10,000 perfect before we reach 1 million as well. Yeah, I've got to the point I'm not that fussed about the leaderboard. I'm obviously never going to be near the top. But yeah, let's end it there. So thank you most of all, of course, to Ophelia for the raid, bringing in all of her lovely viewers, and also for being a little patient. Thank you, Harry, for the resub. Thank you, Deadly, for the bits, as well as Dustin for the bits. Thank you to whoever followed me yesterday evening in order to reach my follower goal. Thank you to everybody who redeemed their flowers of the day. And Tibago for eventually redeeming a botany after trying to trick me with a fictional plant. We are now going to look for somebody to raid. If anybody has a raid suggestion, feel free to share it. So we've been to Tea with Jade and Shelley and Stoic quite a lot recently. So I might try to go to someone a bit different. I wish my timing was different so I could raid Ophelia every now and then. One day, Ophelia, I'll do an early stream, a day when I don't have work. And I will raid into you and it'll be a big surprise. Except we sort of share half our viewers, so I'm sure you'll be alerted of it before I come in. Yeah, let's raid. But he... not for a while. Oh, Sunshine. Tibago says Sunshine. Sunshine is on? Oh, sorry, yeah, Blushings. I forgot their name started with B. So I didn't see them in the list. That's actually a good point. Yeah, I know Tibago said I had to get away from only raiding small streamers. Blushing Sunshine is a small streamer, but they are a nice small streamer. Blushing Sunshine is currently doing a stream called Sunshine's Cozy-thon. 24 hours of warm vibes, and that does sound to me very much like content that my viewers would enjoy. Yes, Ophelia would be raiding herself if I ever did a raid into her. Yeah, we'll go to Blushing Sunshine. I think I dropped by her stream recently because she was playing Dorf. She is not playing Dorf right now. She is just chatting. But yeah, she's 13.5 hours into a 24-hour stream, so clearly in need of some raid support, I would say. So let's get that set up. There we go. Obviously, if you would like to offer up a raid message and you are subscribed, then please use this. If you are not subscribed, you can just like type an emote of your choice, followed by Gertie Raid. But let me actually, I'll try and offer up a specific emote for non-subscribers to use as well, just for convenience. My bot doesn't have one yet, but yeah, you can use like the normal raid icon and Gertie Raid, something like that. So thank you all once again. I will be back I will be back tomorrow with Infinifactory, the third installment, where we move into even more difficult puzzles. Sunday will be Fez, third part of that as well, possibly the last part because we were on 90% completion. And please join me here, same time, same place next week for more Dorf Romantic, as we continue our push to 1,000,000 points. Until then, thank you everybody once again for watching, and bye for now.